I didn't know about resolution, so I actually did a few illustrations at the very low resolution, like 72.
Oh
And
no.
then when the client said, "Well, this is too small. Can you send it in like 300?" And that was what? What is
Oh
that? I have to
no.
redo it. So these types of mistakes that are just wow.
Wait. When that happened, did you have to go back to
Yeah,
like?
yeah.
Did you have the time, or did you have to
Um,
like
yeah,
how
I
close
made the
were you?
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Buddy, it's Gab and Doodle with Mark Hoffman. Today, our special guest is going to be Daniela Sosa, who is also known as Dana Sosa, I believe, online, and we'll chat about that. But we are going to be doing a lovely Gab and Doodle for you all. I'm just getting my feed all set up here. So we are going to be chatting and working today. Reminder up at the top here, I got YouTube and my Instagram. You're probably watching on Instagram right now, and so that's there. But you can also ask us anything. I'm going to put that. Ooh, I got audio coming through. I don't want an echo effect. I'm going to put a ask us anything in the comments here and pin that. Sorry, it wiggles when I do this. My mount is not solid. Let me just pin that real quick, and then I will let in our special guest. My sketch today, do a little mock cover for the little choo-choo kitty train. I drew this the other day while my son was rock climbing. And again, our guest is Daniela Sosa, who does these really, really lovely books that I wrote saying that they are sort of an expert at capturing kids. Like they're so good at drawing kids. I also love the simplicity of the design on covers and stuff that they do. And so palette wise, oh man, this palette. Anyways, we're going to have them on. Let me see about switching to my front camera here. So let me switch Aru, and then there we are. I had to remount my curtain because my son pulled it out of the ceiling the other day. That was pretty fun. My chair is also really high up. Okay, so let me see about letting our guest in, and we'll get going. Tacked it on the wall here.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, not a problem. Thank you for joining us. We're excited. Why am I so like? There we go. Let's get that higher up. I was like having a duck down. Help me here. Name is Daniela, but you also go by
Dana. Yeah.
Donna. Donna.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's
It's
what
my
most of my friends
Minnesota.
call me. So
Yeah, my Minnesota accent wants to say Dana. So Donna. Well, thank you for joining us. I know you're over in the UK, right?
yes, yeah, in Cambridge.
In Cambridge. Okay. And you went to I was doing my research again, uh, or reminding myself, let's put it that way, today that you went to the Cambridge School for the masters.
Yes, the children's book illustration I made. It's
Gotcha.
quite famous here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good one.
Oh, it's not just famous there, it's famous around the world. It's one of those ones where I think if I thought about it and I was willing to go across the pond, I would have considered it myself too. But it was
It's really good, yes. Maybe
yeah.
we'll get a chance to talk more about it, but I really enjoyed it. I think it was great for me.
Okay, good. Well, we are big fans of you and your work. Um, I was saying how much I love your books and like the simplicity of like palette and whatnot that shows up in them, and just your pure sort of like design sense that comes through in all of the
Thank
work
you.
that you do with like the mix of media and whatnot. And so I want to chat about this today, but
Mhm.
before we get started, if there are random folks out there, and I say random because there shouldn't be any, but people who do not know you, can you give us a little sense of who you are and what you do?
So I'm Daniela Sosa. I am originally from Romania and currently live in the UK in Cambridge. and I'm an author and illustrator. And I've been doing this for 9 years. I quit my job in September 2016, so it's 9 years now.
Okay. I'm doing,
Um,
doing the math.
and I've probably done around 15, 20 books.
Okay. So we're sort of, I think I started in 2015 and I'm in that same ballpark. So it's like, we probably have the same trajectory. And obviously you're again across the pond. And so there's different, like you worked with Walker Books that I think is out of England, Nosy Crow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of all the other ones that are over there. But essentially it gives me context to know sort of like what you've been through and what I've been through with the market and how it's changed and the pandemic and all those fun things that came in the middle of it.
So the books that I also wrote are with Simon & Schuster in the US.
Oh, yes.
And okay. I've worked with some other smaller publishers in the US, but yeah, mostly UK, I would say.
Mostly, yeah. I've done a couple overseas, but most are US or Canada for whatever reason. So today we're going to chat, we're going to talk. It's sort of open-ended. We can talk about anything and everything. We can draw anything and everything. But what I need from you before we start is, one, what are you going to make or work on? And then two, what are you going to use? Because I know that you use like a variety of materials, like looking through the books, there's like collage and there's paint, and I know you do digital stuff. And sort of, do you have a sense of what you're using and if there are any brands or anything for those that watch?
So I have a bunch of stuff here. I haven't sketched in a while, so I just want to get back to it. So it's going to be quite loose at first. Then I'm probably going to do some squirrels at one point because I'm working on a book and there's a squirrel and I struggle with animals. So it's going to be a bit of squirrel sketches. Kids, because that's the easiest for me. I think I'm going to start with something easy just to see if I can talk and draw at the same time.
Okay.
I haven't really done it before. If I can make sense.
It's funny to hear that.
I have so many things, but favorites. So I think I have a favorite sketchbook. It's one called Sea White of Brighton. This one.
Okay.
I always use this one when I can get it. Then
is it just the paper stock or is it what's the?
No, it's a hardcover.
Okay.
Sketchbook.
Gotcha.
Then I think I'm going to use some inks because I haven't used them in a while, and I have these. If you know them, it's Winsor and Newton.
Yep.
They're quite nice. And I also use charcoal pencils quite a lot, but not particular brand, just whatever I can get. And I think maybe if it's in a way like the cheapest, the better, because if it's quite cheap and it's the tip is super hard, then I like the effect more than the softer ones, the nicer ones. I feel like my chair is squeaking a lot.
It's okay. It's okay. I have a squeaky chair. I can make mine squeak if you want to sort of even it out. I think it's interesting too that you say that like animals are not your forte, which is almost opposite of what a lot of people do. Like a lot of people in Kidlit love drawing animals, and people sort of like get pushed off to play second fiddle, and so that shift is interesting. Why do you have a sense of why? Just out of curiosity, like.
I guess I haven't really practiced. I started doing lots of kids, and then I got hired to do more kids and so on. So I don't really have animals in my portfolio, so I don't get hired to do any, and it keeps. I'll never learn how to do it.
It manifests itself over time because of that. Okay, well, again, the rules of engagement here are you can change the conversation, do any sort of like, if I ask a question that's too tough, you can say skip, and we can move on. I get told a lot that I ask questions that are sort of either thought-provoking or challenging, and not challenging in the like in some mean way, but just like sort of big philosophical questions that are hard to sort of come up with an answer quickly. And then I know that you have a hard out, I think, at some point, if I remember correctly.
Yes, so maybe around 8:39 UK time, so that's...
It's 7 there now, right?
Yeah.
right now, I think. Yeah. Okay.
So I have about an hour and a half, 2 hours,
Okay.
because after this I have to do some more work, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
got a deadline tomorrow, so
I'm
it's
appreciative of you giving any time to us. I know that as illustrators, time can be a challenge. I was up until the last 2 nights until 2 in the morning trying to hit a deadline that I wanted to hit, and so it was. I feel your pain. So let's hopefully that we can make this relaxing and fun and
yeah.
enjoyable. And then the other little odd one is if for some reason our internet has issues or your internet has issues, we'll just try to pick up and keep going.
Okay.
But why don't we switch to our downshoots and we'll just start making
Okay.
and chatting. And I know that the drawing and working at the same time can be a little bit of a challenge. Or not
I try
drawing
to
and
get
working.
used to it first.
Drawing and talking. There we go. I can't even do it right. But you'll get used to it. I guarantee everybody gets used to it over time.
Maybe I'll be the first one who doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. I will say most people will get used to it. So while you set up there, I do want to start with just a couple of sort of layup questions, some easy questions for you. And so one of them is just sort of historical, sort of looking at, like you said, you started in 2019, or I'm sorry, 2016.
Yeah.
Was that like right out of the grad program, or was the grad program?
No, not really. No. So I had oh wait, is this fine? I wonder. Yeah, should be fine.
Yeah, it looks good. You can also pinch your screen to zoom out if it's a little tight on
Okay.
location.
I guess it's fine. I'll just have to stay within this square here. Yeah. So I worked after graduating, I worked at a game studio for 3 years, and I quit my job there and started doing books in 2016.
Did you have, when you quit, there's always this question for me, like I've always known that I wanted to go into illustration, and I kind of had a path that I had sort of defined for myself. But when you jumped to aim towards Kidlit, was that because you had a contract, or was that sort of a decision that you made prior to working in the book field? Or what was to that decision, in a way?
So I was doing a bit of freelance work alongside my job, and I was doing a bit of books, but for for independent authors, not for publishers.
Yeah.
And I knew I couldn't really have a job and work a lot on the side, so I thought I should just do it. And back then, I think it was also a good time because we were still living in Romania, me and my husband.
Okay.
So our expenses were quite low. So I knew I wouldn't have a very steady income, but I thought, yeah, it's a good time to do it. I should mention that it definitely helps to be in a couple. You start something on your own, because there was rent, and there were months when I didn't work almost at all. So yeah, that helped. And it took a while for it to become more stable, and to have like a steady stream of clients and work.
Does your husband work in art of any sort, or is it?
No, luckily no. I don't think that would work for us.
Luckily,
no.
It's one of those things. Like, yeah, the steadiness of a loved one can definitely add a bit of flexibility. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, because I know many people who also do something else besides illustration, like they teach or they have a different job.
Yep. That's what I do.
Yeah. I think most illustrators do that, actually.
Still that idea of, or the challenge of everyday sort of, what do I want to say, like making ends meet still is something that even if you have a loved one who can help make those bills get paid, or can help with those expenses, there's still the challenge of like having to keep up and adapt and flow with the industry itself. Is there
Yeah.
when you made that leap and you said, okay, I'm going into this kidlit world, was there a big discussion as far as like, and I'm asking this not because I want to dive into like, tell me your life story. So for the people out there who are trying to make that same decision and trying to weigh out like what their next step is, I think it would be beneficial for them to know sort of the thought process that you went through of, okay, I'm going to make this leap of faith. And
Yeah, it took a while for me to decide to do it because I liked my job and I was doing well. But I think maybe in the last year, because I worked there for 3 years, maybe in the last year I started thinking that I want to do something else. I want to do books. So it wasn't a rash decision at all. It took a long time. And yeah, I discussed it with my husband a lot. We decided, yeah, it's a good time to do it. And it was slightly encouraging that I was doing freelance work and it seemed to be steady.
yeah.
But not 100% steady.
Yeah, there's
Took a
steady
while.
relative term when it comes to this industry.
Yeah.
And was that something that like, again, thinking about the risk or the leap, was that something that caused any like, did you ebb and flow with that concept of like, oh, I need to try this, or I need to take that risk, and then the next day you're going, oh no, that was too much, and then back and forth? Or was it like once you set your sights on that, there was no going back, there was no changing, or what
Yeah,
happened?
I never really regretted it in that way. So I didn't have major doubts. Yeah, I think it worked well. It worked pretty well. So it took a few years, I would say, for me to get more established. And I think, especially after getting an agent and after graduating this MA, that these are things that definitely helped. But yeah, even before that, so before we moved to the UK, it's almost 7 years since we moved. And for the first years, we were just living in Romania. Rent was very low, so it was fine.
With the idea of like, well, actually, let me ask: did you have an agent before you started making?
No, I didn't, because my portfolio was definitely not there. Took a
Okay.
while.
When you say not there, what do you mean by that?
It wasn't good enough. It wasn't consistent because I didn't study art or illustration at university. I did foreign languages.
Oh,
So I'm self-taught.
okay, interesting. I'm always,
Yeah.
I must say, I'm always, whenever someone says they're self-taught, I know that like, I teach in an art college and I understand the benefit of the education system, but I'm also like, look at that and I'm like, how can you be so good and learn that stuff without some sort of like someone there nudging you? Because I needed that nudge
Mm-hmm.
to get started. Otherwise, I would have been like, I don't know what my work would look like. Maybe it would be okay, but I do know that like the thinking outside the box and being a little weird and strange came from that environment. And so I look at
Mm-hmm.
do it like you and go, well, that's no fair.
But Mark, I wasn't good, so don't get me.
Okay.
I was.
Okay. I'm sure
Um,
you were better than you're giving yourself credit for, but
I mean, I was okay because I've always enjoyed drawing. So I've
okay.
always drawn by myself, and I've learned Photoshop, and I could do. So after finishing university, I joined actually even during university, I joined a freelancers website, and I was doing small jobs, like maybe, as I said, for some independent authors, I might do a book,
Yeah.
very, very low paid, but really my work was, I don't think it was deserving of more payment.
Yeah, you're saying
Um,
low paid, but not for what you were doing at the time. That's
yeah, exactly. So, and I did a bit of, like technical illustration. I knew how to use Photoshop and Illustrator, so I could do small things.
yeah.
And I just enjoyed drawing for myself, so I was looking on Pinterest and so on, trying to improve. But if you're doing it by yourself, I think it takes a very long time to improve. And I saw that while doing the MA. I think I've learned more in 1.5 years than in, I don't know, 7 years by myself or something like that, maybe 5 years.
Well, can you give a little sense, because again, I'm in that environment where I am teaching, so I'm used to sort of the like benefit of being around peers and things of the sort. But for those that are out there who are going, well, why would I go to school when I can learn it on my own? What were some of the things that you learned that you think you wouldn't have learned when you were in school?
I think before going to the MA, I was just doing the same things. So nobody was pushing me to do something else.
Okay.
So I was stuck in a way in my own ways, which were not, I don't know, it wasn't anything very original or.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So the tutors we had at the MA really pushed us to do something else. They saw what we were used to doing, and they said, okay, do something that's completely different.
Yeah, the option.
And even if you don't stick with it, you still learn a lot, and you can apply it to your own practice.
Yeah.
So for me, I was doing only digital work. So they said, okay, get a sketchbook and really work on your sketchbook. Go to the print. We had a print room where we could experiment a lot, and they sent me to the print room and so on. So it was super useful for me to have someone push me outside of my.
I think I had someone on earlier, and I can't remember who it was, that said that when they entered that program, that basically they were given a sketchbook and said, go outside and draw.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if it was the same
instructor. I was not used to doing that at all, so I found it really daunting at first. But now I enjoy it. I don't do it as much as I would like to, but maybe a few times a month I do go out with my sketchbook, and it's very enjoyable.
I mean, obviously, like you have a mixture of mediums now that you play with work, but do you think that was like, obviously doing that program, you are going to learn to play and experiment and try things, but do you think that it created a love of material for you, or was that something that was you were on digital previously just because of the ease? You know what I mean? Like, in the sense of, like, have you always been a material person and you were just using the computer because of the ease factor?
So I still use the computer for, I don't know, more than half of my work, I would say.
Okay.
Some of it is on paper, but mostly it's digital, though I try to make it look like it's not. But
yep.
It definitely opened me to different techniques. Like I really like pencils. I like paint. I like collage quite a lot. And digital is still very fast, I would say.
Yeah.
So when I'm doing books, I've never did a book completely traditional. Can't imagine doing that. I don't know how some people do it, but yeah, it's a mixture of bits of traditional and lots of digital, I think.
Are you doing the collage aspect in the books? Are you doing that digitally?
Yes, most of the time, yes.
Oof.
Maybe parts of it is scanned, but what I did was just create a bunch of textures, then scan them, and then usually do it in Photoshop.
Yeah, okay. And I just looking at some of the books, one of the things I was looking at was that sort of like the shadows that are cast, because
you can add shadows in Photoshop.
I know that's because
but yeah, some of them are really actual
a
collage scanned scanned pieces of paper.
To me that digital takes so much longer, partially just
really?
Well, I'm just trying to replicate what a traditional sort of like, as the best way I can explain it is, when I'm working traditionally, there's mistakes that happen, and things go awry, in one way or another. And then when I try to do digital, I end up trying to replicate that. And I spend more time trying to replicate the mistakes.
Yeah, I know.
And so like that I think adds up time wise a little bit. It's not that it's like crazy slow, but it definitely is a challenge for me to get the speed up in those situations. So you went to this program, you learned stuff, you came out, you jumped into this book world. Was there any sort of like, obviously when you started, it's around the same time that I started, and there was, things were sort of in a at least from my end, was sort of a glorious time. There was lots of book work, etc., and things have sort of slowed down since. But that sort of jumping in point, I think, was really fun, but also scary in the sense of like I didn't know enough about together a book and things of that sort. And I'm wondering sort of like that transition out of school into practice and real life application and what that was like for you.
Yeah, it took a while, and I think I've learned most things through trial and error. So I didn't even know how to set up my files. I didn't know what color modes are. I didn't know about resolution. So I actually did a few illustrations at the very low resolution, like 72.
Oh,
and
no.
Then when the client said, well, this is too small, can you send it in like 300? And that was, what? What is that? I have to redo it. So these types of mistakes that are just, wow.
Wait. When that happened, did you have to go back to
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have the time, or did you have to
I made the time. Yeah.
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 I had two students yesterday where I had to correct them on DPI because they were really low DPI, and having to redo the whole thing is I do not envy that of any sort.
So this is what happens if you're self-taught. You don't know anything. And
did you just scale up and then clean up edges?
Yeah, but it didn't work, obviously.
Okay.
No, I just redid the thing.
Yeah. I think I'm of the mindset where I would just go back to square one and redo it, but there are workarounds to try to, eliminate some of that work. Oh man, that was rough. So that project went out and got made though, correct? Like you actually got it done and.
Yes. Yeah, in the end, yes. But yeah, it's things like this that it just took me a very long time to, learn how to work professionally.
Are there now that you've been doing it for, you said 9 years?
Yeah.
It must be sort of not necessarily thoughtless now, but you don't have to think about some of those things anymore. Like I'm assuming that.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing now.
Right now, and you're very careful about those kind of rules. Yeah. Is there things that you still to this day feel like you're a novice at? After 9 years, like I definitely think there's things that I'm like I still don't know what the hell I'm doing. But obviously that can depend on the person and sort of like.
I think that just changes from one day to another, because there are days when I think I just can't draw. Why am I an illustrator? Because I cannot draw anything. It depends on, if you have a bad day and whatever you draw looks very, like it's been drawn by a child, then sometimes I question what am I doing? And, I do have this insecurity maybe deep down because I haven't studied proper art. I do think, maybe it shows, maybe my proportions are all wrong. Maybe people can tell that. That's done by someone who doesn't know what they're doing.
They're totally fine. I'm like jealous of your ability to draw people at the level that you draw them, because I that's the thing I struggle with is like, especially kid and adult.
Yeah, adults are difficult. I can do kids and I really enjoy it, but adults.
Yeah, adults, when you have to especially if you're doing sort of larger heads on kids and really simple design, and then you get to an adult and it just looks like a kid that's big.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
not, the proportions are not quite right, and that's pretty common for me to like avoid doing adults. So I don't know if you do the same thing where like I'll have a kid in the image, and then there'll be like a hint of an adult, but not the
Hmm.
adult in the image because I'm afraid to, you know, uh,
No, sometimes I have to do it. If it's a book, then sometimes I just have to do it.
yeah, oh yes, of course, of course. Um, but so you come from the game. You said gaming background.
Yes, I worked at the game studio for a while, for 3 years. And
What?
I think I learned a lot there as well, especially about software, because we were doing mostly the same things. It was really basic games, mostly dress up, flash games where you just had a princess and you had 1,000 outfits and you needed to choose
Oh,
a
okay.
pretty outfit or a princess, which I really enjoyed because it was probably my childhood dream to be drawing princesses all day long. I really liked it, and well, we had to work fast, so I learned how to use Illustrator and Photoshop quite efficiently, I would say. Um,
Did you know those programs before you started that job?
yeah, a little bit, a
Little.
little bit. Um, I think I started trying to learn Photoshop in high school. I got a graphics tablet then and trying to learn by myself a little bit. So I was using it at a very, very basic level, but you know, more than nothing.
Yeah.
Somehow they hired me. I think, well, they were looking for, beginners. So
Yeah. Yeah.
they hired me and it was really good. Yeah, I've learned a lot in those 3 years.
It's one of those ones where like I think those programs, especially if you don't know them really well, that just being in an environment where you have to use it every day, you're gonna pick up all those
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
tips and tricks um, and to the point where like maybe you're not doing it the exact way that the program's intended, but you learn how to do it really efficient for the job that's
Yeah.
in front of you. Um, what are you using digitally now? Are you in Photoshop or are you using Procreate?
Yes, Photoshop. I do have Procreate, but I never got used to it. I don't know. I just use it for doodling from time to time, not
It's
often.
I think it's a better um, sketch program than it is a finished program in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and,
Yeah, I
and
know some people do a whole book in Procreate. I just can't imagine doing that.
I think it's just like as the designer in me, like I like type and I like layout and things of this,
Mm-hmm.
and it is not good with that side of it, and so um, it can be a little challenging. Um, wait, I'm just looking at uh oh
I
yeah.
can't see what you're doing.
Oh, yeah. I'm right now. I'm painting swatches. It's not
Okay.
it's not a lovely the whole start of these. I feel like you got to wait a half an hour and then finally I'll be actually making something. But it's going to take a little bit before I get there. But so I want to talk a little bit about sort of the jump into the industry and sort of the
Mm-hmm.
expectations you had and sort of the reward of it. I'm assuming reward, like you enjoy it, correct?
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Okay.
It's my dream job.
What is it that you like about it? And I want to find out if it's. I mean, obviously, there's the like all the fame and wealth and all this stuff, right? Uh,
Yeah,
but
that's why I'm doing it.
yeah. We're all household names in all countries. But there's something that keeps you coming back because it is a stressful environment. It is a challenging job, and
It
uh,
is because I find it really personal in a way, so you really put yourself out there in your work, your illustration. It's something that you do and you like, and then you wait for someone else to approve it and to like it. And, it's difficult not to take it personally sometimes, especially if it's a book that you're also the author of.
yeah, when you're behind all parts.
Yeah, yeah. So it's all on you.
Have,
Um,
have you had good reactions from? I mean, obviously, no one's going
yes,
to
that's one of the
like.
best things, really, when I get a message from parents or even from like kids who read the book and liked it. That's amazing. I love that.
Do you
And
get?
seeing my books in the bookshops,
Do you ever
that's
get
also.
drawings from little kids of your
No, no, not yet. I'd
books?
love to, but no.
Oh, That's I've gotten a couple that like for school events basically when they
Mm-hmm.
school event that the kids will all draw something and sometimes they'll send it to me, and
Ah, how nice.
that's
Lovely.
my
I'd
favorite.
love to get that.
Their interpretation is always so wild, or um, you know, their understanding of drawing is not the same. Which I probably like their drawings more than I like my drawings half the time. But the what they latch onto is always so funny that they may not look at something and go like, oh, this is how it's, oh, to make it look realistic, or they'll latch onto like some comment I made during the visit. Then all of a sudden that's the thing that they want to draw and send to me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, have you done
Oh,
school
that's sweet.
anything like that?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Have you done school visits or anything?
No, I haven't. I mean, I've never done anything public. This is one of the most public things I'm doing. This live, I never. I went to a book launch once, I guess almost a year ago, and I was the illustrator for a book.
Yeah.
And I just had to talk for a few minutes and do a bit of drawing. And one of my friends was there, and she filmed it. And then I looked at the video, which is a very big mistake. And I just, what is this? Why am I making so many faces? Why am I moving my hands all the time? What? It was terrible because I'm a bit shy, I guess.
Judging yourself too harshly.
Yeah. Oh
That.
my God, why am I blinking so much? So it was. I'm not gonna watch this live, by the way. I don't want to hear myself talking. It will be too much.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask my friends how it went.
I have to watch these back later for
But you're
record.
used to it by now, I hope.
I don't like hearing my own voice. I'll say that much at least. But I am somewhat used to it. Like I know I've heard it enough that it's not disgusting.
Ah, yes. I think that's how I felt looking at myself. Oh God.
Yeah, it's not. Let me check something real quick because I notice my feed is really blurry, and I want to find out from my wife who's upstairs. Lauren. Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if it corrects itself. If it doesn't, then I can start the feed again.
Okay.
Which is where you hop off and then start it again. But every once in a while does this where it just the internet signal or something of the sort is blurry, and it's just me, right, Lauren? No, it's both. Okay.
Oh.
Well, maybe we do that. Maybe then just to get a nice clean feed. It's something about the output from the signal here. I think that's causing a blur. So give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'll tell you how this works.
Okay.
Basically, what I will do is I will stop the feed,
Mm-hmm.
load what we've already done onto Instagram, and then once that's loaded up, I will hop back on and invite you back in.
Okay.
So it'll be a two-parter basically for those that are that want to tune in. I mean, if you're not going to watch it back later, then you don't need to worry about that part of it. You don't want to hear.
I will. I was joking. I will. Definitely will.
Oh, you will? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I don't want you to watch the first like 5 minutes because you were blinking a lot.
Oh no, again.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything at the time, but I was like, man, you must have dust in your eye or something. Okay, so here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the feed for about, it may take about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, somewhere in there, and then we'll hop back and continue the conversation. So give me 1 second.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Gavin Doodle. This is part 2 of the evening with Daniela Sosa. We had not an internet outage, but the internet was acting funky, and so it was just pixelated and not running smoothly. So we're starting the feed again. I'm gonna type in the comments, ask us anything one more time, and then we'll just keep rolling. I'll let our guest Daniela in. Let me just pin that comment. There we go. And then let's try this. I'm going to see if I can get our guest in here. There we go.
And so, Daniela, I have sent an invite if you are watching right now.
Hello, Dan.
Hey, there we go. Uh-oh. we're looking up at the ceiling there.
Yeah.
Okay, that looks much better on both ends. I don't know.
Okay.
I have never been able to figure out exactly what causes that, but just every once in a while we get this horrible pixelation that happens. So, anyways, let's jump back.
Do you think the first half, I mean, the first part we did, do you think it's all like that?
Not all of it, but I know that at least a few minutes of it was.
Okay.
And so, yeah, sometimes it just seems to be like if the weather's bad, or if I don't even know if the sun is not hitting us, or Mercury's in retrograde. I don't know, whatever those terms are. It's one of those things that does it every single time. Okay. Anyways, jumping back into this. So I want to find out a little bit about sort of history of art, as far as like your family. Were you did you come from a artistic background?
Not really. I think both my parents can draw okay. I remember seeing some of their drawings from school when I was little, and I thought, yeah, that's pretty good. My sister was quite good. I think she's a bit older. She's 5 years older than me. I think she was the one who started drawing, and I just followed.
Did she end up in art, or is that?
No, not at all. She's like a developer. She works with databases and completely different than what I do. But yeah, she was quite artsy, I would say. She used to draw quite well, and I tried to keep up, and yeah, I guess that's how it started. But I never thought of art as a career. Didn't even cross my mind really for a very long time that it's an option. I think my dream job as a child was teacher. I wanted to be a teacher, primary school, and then I went to university and did foreign languages because I decided I wanted to be a translator, actually. Yeah.
So wait, how many languages can you speak?
Romanian, English, French, and a bit of German.
Oof.
But my German is very rusty.
I can speak one language and barely, and it's not good. My son's learning German right now, and my wife knows German, and she's learning Spanish, and I just have never had the skill to pick up language, like to understand. Like I said, I don't understand how English works half the time, and so to try to pick up another language and understand how it all operates is just beyond me. So I am very impressed with your ability to pick up more than one.
No, it was quite easy for me. I learned them quite easily, and I enjoyed it. So translation was, came naturally in a way.
I mean, I heard once you cross a threshold of like a certain amount of languages that you learn, that it gets easier.
Yeah, possibly, but again, with age, it gets harder. So I don't know. I don't think I would be able to learn something new now. I mean, not as easily as in high school.
You crossed into the old folks range where no more new information goes in.
Nah, it's done. It's over.
And so, with the, with that experience of going to school for that, did you take art classes while you were there, or was that?
No, I didn't. There weren't really. No, so we did have like a drawing class, but it wasn't very serious, I guess. It was just sometimes we just did something else. We did maths or Romanian or something else during the drawing class.
So going to the Cambridge Master's program, that must have been a different experience, just because you're not coming from that world of like critique.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Was that shocking the first? I mean, I imagine they weren't mean, but
No, it was very helpful. So I really enjoyed it just because I didn't really get feedback on my work for, for the longest time.
yeah,
So I was ready to really take it in and try to learn something from it. I didn't take it personally. And the tutors were all really excellent and very kind. So
there were
yeah,
no tears.
no.
Tears from exhaustion, maybe at most. That's the I it's one of those ones where like if I have students that we have the first crit in class, and you have to have a little conversation sometimes with them about sort of
Hmm.
what the point of the critique is, and it's not just a hey, that looks cool, but like why, and how do we get deeper than just um, an initial sort of chat. But by the time they come to my class, most of the time they've already had critique in other classes, so I don't
Hmm.
have to go that deep. But the initial critique, I know, can be a little bit strange about telling someone that their work is not working or
Hmm.
sort. Um,
But
what?
yeah, I think so. Some of the other students were just starting in illustration, and I was already, I had an agent. I had done a few books, so
Yeah,
I was a bit, more.
you were the old pro at that point. That
Yeah, yeah, sort, not really, but you know, I
walking
had a
in.
bit of experience with
Yeah.
working in illustration.
Um,
So
and then,
I thought about some of the things that really helped in my
yeah.
career, I guess, and um, I I would say the first one was going to Bologna to the children's
Mm.
book fair. I went in 2017 for the first time.
How many times have you been?
I think I've been 3 times.
And
Yeah, probably. I'm
I
thinking
know
of
that,
going again next year. It's a lot
yeah,
easier for us because it's a 3-hour flight.
it's a big event. I know that. I have no idea. Like,
Hmm.
I don't understand exactly the scale. I'm going to go at some point, not this year, but in the future. I am going to that. It's a dream to go to that. Let's put it that way.
Wow, it's amazing. So it blew my mind really when I went.
What
Um,
I mean, just the idea of being there around that many people in Kidlit, or was it something special about the event that?
so just seeing everything that's being published and seeing so many books, because you can't imagine how big it is, really. It's
Yeah.
huge. It takes days to see all of it. And all my contact with Kidlit was Pinterest mostly, because I was just by myself at home.
Oh, okay.
So going there was, yeah, it was amazing, and I discovered so many new artists, and also noticed that really you can do anything. There are no no set rules in a way, because I've seen all types of books. Anything you can imagine was there.
Well,
So yeah, it's very inspiring. And I think coming back from the fair in 2017, I came back and I felt really inspired, and I did a few pieces for my portfolio that were considerably better than what I had done before.
yeah.
And with that, I was able to get an agent, which again was super helpful.
Was the
And
agent
that's
someone that
when
you met at the
no,
fair?
I just improved my portfolio,
Okay.
seeing what's there. Yeah, it helped me expand my mind a little bit. Um, yeah, so I did a bit of new work, and it was better than what I had before, and started sending some emails to agents, and one of them signed me up,
And that's
and I'm still with them.
the good
Yeah, good illustration.
good illustration. There you go. Where are they located? Are they
Here in the UK, in London.
UK? Okay.
Hmm.
Um, and then the
So that's when I think I started getting more work, and more serious work in a way, for bigger publishers. Um, so it started going a bit better for me.
was
And then we moved to the UK, which is a very expensive place to live.
okay.
So I realized I need to step up my game in a way and start working with some even bigger clients, and do better work, I guess, and improve my portfolio. And that's when I decided to do the MA. And through the MA, I developed my style a lot, and I also wrote my first book, and it got published. So that was, I didn't even imagine getting published. I just went thinking, okay, I'm going to improve my work a little bit.
What book is that?
But we had to write our own text for the last module of the MA.
Yeah.
So I wrote something and sent it to a few publishers. And Simon & Schuster wanted it. That was amazing. I couldn't believe it.
Were you still in school when you sent that?
It was the end of, it was just a few months before graduating.
Yeah.
Because that was our final module.
I just imagine you walking in, especially because you had all that clout walking in because you were already in illustration. Then you're walking out with a book deal and watching.
Yeah, well, some of the other students got one too. So.
Okay, good.
It wasn't just me.
Yeah, you didn't just throw it in their face.
Yeah.
A second. With
where is this going? I wonder. What am I doing?
With that program, do you think that you would have gotten to the same sort of endpoint at a later date, or
by myself?
Or did it just speed up the process, or was it something that drastically changed?
No, I think it was a drastic change.
Yeah.
I think I would have been able to improve by myself, but I think I'd still be doing the same things, like still very heavily digital, not as much texture, no sketching, things that I really like now.
No sketching?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a sketchbook before going to the MA. I was doodling, but, I didn't have a consistent practice of.
Gotcha.
Light drawing or, observational drawing, yeah.
And then, so now that you've been in this industry for, 9 years, what are some of those, like, the goals? Are there things that have changed? Like, if you went to the master's program and you learned to be maybe a little bit more experimental or to try things and sort of step out of the box that you're in, now you've been doing this for 9 years. Do you still have that sort of like sentiment of, well, now's the time to change, or now's the time to move and do something new? Or are we at, do you still feel like you're sort of learning the ropes?
No, I think there's still room to improve what I'm doing now. Ideally, I would do more traditional work, though that's not happening. I would rely a lot less on digital editing that's what I would like to do.
Why? Out of curiosity.
I guess it just looks better, I guess. I enjoy the look of traditional work more than digital. Most of the times I can tell that it's digital, and it has there's a similar look no matter what brushes and so on you use.
Okay.
Whereas I think with traditional, it looks more organic. And I think I'm drawn to this type of illustration that's more, it's not as polished. It's a bit more rough, looks like you can see the sketch underneath and so on.
Is there, do you think, opportunity for you to try to do that? I mean, I know that digital is faster for you. That's a given. But do you think there's an opportunity for you to sort of incorporate some of that, or to play around in that world coming up?
Yeah, I guess I should do it by myself before, publisher would hire me to do it. But I think this year has been, and maybe the last one as well, has been so full of work that I haven't really done anything for myself. I have one illustration that I did in January this year, and then it was just client work.
Oh,
so that's a bit depressing. Yeah.
So is this one of the first times tonight that you're like playing? And
yeah, it's been a very long time.
That's
and I think it shows.
Oh, you're not allowed to say that. No, it's one of those things where, like, I hear that a lot from people where they're sort of they don't get a chance to move around with art and whatnot just because of the rush of client work or things of the sort.
Yeah.
And it's always a little disheartening to me to hear that they like just don't get that opportunity.
I really don't, and I have a young son. He's almost 4, so he keeps me busy, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
And with juggling work and so on, yeah.
So
I was hoping to do something because I signed up for a fair in November. It's a Christmas fair. And I thought, yeah, I need to do some new work for it, something that's Christmassy, because I don't really have anything. But then I just recently signed a new book, so I don't know.
I have a similar problem where it's I've been meaning to write more all the time, and then it's sort of like, well, a book falls in my lap, and that becomes the sort of main project, and so writing gets pushed off, and then I write for a little in between a project, and then another thing comes along, and it's sort of just this constant battle to find the time to do that stuff. So
yeah, I'm not very good at that, really. I think I haven't really found the right balance.
Yeah. I don't know if there is ever going to be the right balance for me on all that stuff. It's going to always be a struggle just because of the way that my life operates. Since you have a little one, I want to touch on the subject. I like to ask this to people that are in this industry in particular, because it's sort of a fascinating point for me. But thinking about sort of, you entered the industry before having a kid.
Yeah.
And now you have a kid. And I imagine your perspective has changed a little bit on sort of what you think of the industry, or what you think of bookmaking, or things that
Yes, it has, especially related to stories. I think I realized stories. So maybe before having my son, I was writing a little bit for adults. I didn't really know what children like.
Okay.
And now I realize they like fun things.
What were
They
you
really like to have fun. It's not, they don't want a lesson necessarily.
Were you writing like political books or something before? What were you?
No, but I think maybe I was too much on the, I think I saw you have my first book, Friends, which I like. I still like it, but maybe it's not fun enough, for a child. It depends. I mean, there's room for more serious books, I guess, or books about feelings and so on. But my son definitely likes, laughing and a good joke and so on.
Yeah, that's
so you might see that it's quite the last one, Giant Parsnip Soup. That's quite different. It's a bit more silly, I guess. That's probably inspired by my son, seeing what he likes. And
I mean, even the cover of that one feels a little bit more sort of silly.
Yeah, it's more fun. It's not so.
And with the sort of shift towards that, do you find that you're also like not just writing sillier stuff, but do you think that it also changes your sort of vision of what the images can be, in the sense of like, do you think that your images are getting wackier as time goes on?
Good question. Possibly. I hope so, because I do like wacky images. Yeah, maybe, possibly, yes. I've done a few books now. I'm working with Nosy Crow on a series about, I guess, cycles in nature. We've done one about the water cycle, one about a star, the birth of a star. Now we're doing something about a tree. And the illustrations in those ones are, I think, I try to make them fun. It's a lot of mixed media, some collage. The proportions are a bit off, so yes, maybe trying to make it more.
Yeah, a little playful.
Yeah, playful. Yeah.
Like that, once I realized when I said like weird or wacky, doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be funny, but just the idea of like there's a looseness to it that potentially.
Yes, I try for that, but yeah, it's difficult.
Well, one of the questions I want to ask you, and you mentioned this before, but the idea of like work looking like a little kid drew it, at one point. I
Mm-hmm.
think that when you're talking about your portfolio before, that it doesn't look like a little kid drew it anymore or something of the sort. But I'm of
Yeah,
the,
but I meant so it can look like a kid's drawing in a good sense or in a bad sense.
yeah, okay,
Mine
okay.
was in the bad sense, but otherwise, yes, I do like naive art. It's one of my favorite styles, I guess.
Well, that was going to be what my question was, is sort of
Mm-hmm.
like, how do you define, because like for me, I'm purposely trying to get more and more back towards
Yeah,
like a little kid aesthetic with a designer's mindset.
yeah.
uh, and that idea of like what is that level, and how do you define um, sort of success in sort of that silliness or the strangeness of like proportions and things of that sort.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to sort of, that's a good probably segue to jump into the big S word, of style,
Ah,
sort of your aesthetic. And style
yeah.
is, I think, a challenging term, but let's just use the word aesthetic or voice for now. But
Mm-hmm.
talking sort of about how did that come to be? I mean, obviously you were sort of self-taught, so some of that is just inherently ingrained in you, that you're just sort of
Mm-hmm.
making it. But obviously you go to a program that it's about becoming a kidlit illustrator. And did that, did your style shift dramatically then, because now you're aiming towards a specific market? Or
It
talking
definitely.
about the development of it rather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely changed during the MA. I think my style before this wasn't very defined. I mean, it's not really defined now either, but um, I think before the MA, I didn't really have my own voice. I guess it was just uh, lot a lot of inspiration from Pinterest, I would say, Um, and during the MA, they really pushed us to try things and find our own voice, I guess. And I found that a combination of traditional techniques and then some digital editing is what works for me. Um, and I think now it's more or less recognizable. Perhaps it's. Um, I hope there's something, you can tell that some books are made by the same author if they're my books.
Yeah, no, I think that you
I
have,
hope.
I definitely think you have a style. And like I said, there's a real designer in you. And what I mean by that is like
I
I
don't
always,
know about that. I hope so, because design for me, I don't know anything about it. I might do it intuitively,
yeah,
but
well, there's a spectrum of like, there's the painter as an illustrator who really loves like light and shadow and
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
know, the still life and that sort of experience. And then there's the designer who likes shape and
Yeah,
color.
okay, yes, I do work with shape more than
Yeah,
light
and
and
that's,
shadow. Yeah, yeah.
I look at yours and I'm like, okay, there's a distinct, like if I look at the giant parsnip soup book, like there's a clear understanding of shape language, of like when to cut the paper, when to apply textures. Like even looking at this parsnip here, like the stems that are coming off and leaving those blocky, and yet they still work. Like there's real understanding,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
sort of shape language
Thank you.
throughout. Um, and so
I think
the
it's quite intuitive. I don't really. It just feels balanced, but I can't really tell you why.
is there, when you're working on something like that, I mean, obviously, yeah, some of it is intuitive. Like you're there's no like, I must make this shape, this angle, because whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
But there are decisions that you're making in the process, and I'm wondering, can you sort of like, is there a vision that you're aiming towards? Not necessarily with every single piece that you make, but like when I'm working, I tend to say, okay, what's the, I don't want straight lines, or I don't want, I shouldn't say straight lines. I don't want parallel. Like
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
like if I have to do a pattern on a shirt, like a stripes, I'm intentionally going to throw off
Mm-hmm.
some patterning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
I
that.
like doing that too. Yeah, I try to avoid things that look too straight. Yeah, too
Yeah. So, I mean, you mentioned that idea of
polished. Yeah, polished. I
the
recommend it to polished.
traditional versus digital. Like there's going to be a little bit of a wonkiness to just doing it by hand versus
Hmm.
using a computer that can be perfectly straight. But are there decisions that you make along the way or rules that you play by in the work that you do?
Mm, Again, it's probably just instinctive in a way, but I don't set out thinking I'm gonna. No, not really.
Okay.
Just whatever I think looks good. So I do know I want to use mixed media. I know I want to have like wonky lines, and I try not to overwork my spreads, but I usually do.
That's commonplace, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a you thing. That's a every illustrator.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
well, okay, so let's transition to the other question I like to ask, which is sort of how do you know when you're done? How do you know when a piece is working, or like are there markers for you that say now's the time to stop?
I usually don't know. I think I usually do too much. I would say that I know when it doesn't work, and sometimes I don't want to accept it. So I finish a spread, especially if it's a tight deadline. I just think, okay, I'm done with this. But deep down, I know it's not. It's off. So I think, yeah, I'll just leave it till tomorrow, and maybe I'll like it, and I still don't like it. So that's when I know, yeah, I'll probably have to redo it or rework a good chunk of it. That's very annoying. I know on the book that I'm working now, I'm almost done, but I know I've left some spreads that are calling me, from behind. Come back to us, we're not right.
That's
So yeah,
my.
I know when something's off.
Is it normally a certain reason that it's off? Like for me, normally what's off is color.
Color is a difficult one. Yeah, I think I struggle with color. Yeah, it could be anything, but yeah, I think most of the times it's maybe overworked. Yes, compared to the other spreads, some of them are just too polished and yeah,
So
they're a little bit different.
let me ask that based on the idea of like if it's overworked, and this has been a challenge for
Oh, sorry.
in some manner of if a piece is overworked or you're working on it for too long and you want to loosen up. I find, and I want to find out if this is similar to you, but I find that trying to rework it and say, okay, I'm gonna loosen up. The problem is I already know.
Exactly, yeah.
Like I already know. What do I want to say? Like, how do I put this? I
It's
already
like going
know.
over a sketch or something, so it's even more polished the second time sometimes.
Yeah.
Because you
Yeah,
know
like
what you're
it's
doing. There's
hard to
no
forget.
freshness to it. You just
Yeah, it's hard to put it aside and go, I've never done this before.
yeah.
This time it will be better.
How should I do it? Yeah, yeah.
Um,
No, most of the time, I think usually my second try is better than the first one. I don't really want to do the second one. I like getting it right on the first,
yeah.
especially with tight deadlines. But yeah, if I rework a spread, it's usually better.
I battle that like the spontaneity of the first. And so if I'm already thinking like, oh, how did I go wrong? Then it's like that's in the back of my head and I make the same mistakes. And so that like the looseness or I like the idea that you said that that if it was that you like to get it right on the first time, and it just made me think there's someone out there going like, no, I like the third time.
Yeah.
Like someone who really wants to do it 3 times every time.
Yeah, I like working for a week on something.
Yeah. Is there when something is not working, do you like obviously if it's a digital file, that's one thing because you can just continue and keep what you like and move it around. But if it's something that's a sketch or something that maybe needs a lot more sort of revision, do you generally start over or do you try to work back into the same piece?
I try to work over. Sometimes sometimes I think, yeah, I can make this work. I work on top of it. It doesn't work, and then I still have to redo it, so it's double work. Usually, I would say I should probably start over each time. but I always try to save it.
I'm trying to think of like how many times I've started over. Like I had to start over on an illustration the other night, but that's kind of rare. Not to say that I don't have to rework things, but the starting over is a pretty like scary.
Mm.
At least for me, the idea of having to like redo everything seems like it's such a pain. Of like
It's
setting.
usually when I start the book and I don't really know which way I'm going. That's when I probably do the first spread a few times. So on my last book that I've also wrote, I think I had about maybe 3 or 4 tries before, getting the right direction, and then it's easier with the rest of them.
Yeah. Do you
But finding the direction, yeah, that takes a while.
when you were in the program, did they? Because I think I asked this of someone else, and they said no, and it still confuses me. Did they teach you writing at all,
Um,
or was it? 'Cause
mm,
from what I remember, the person I talked to before, they just said no, it wasn't really a writing.
no, there was very, very little writing. I mean, I think we had maybe 1 or 2 workshops, but no, it's an illustration program, so not really. I mean, we
It,
also had the option of illustrating the text written by someone else.
oh, okay, okay,
We weren't forced to write it if
yeah.
we didn't want to.
It's just an interesting concept to me, that idea of like it is a medium where if you can write, it opens up some other doors for you, and the idea that they don't have a writing
Hmm.
I always think like, oh man, that's a missed opportunity. But if
No,
it
I
truly
think
is
it's
an illustration program and not a children's book general program, that
yeah, it's not, and I think it's even so it's very, very condensed.
yeah.
So it was 1.5 years, and I wish it were maybe 2 times longer because there's a lot of information and a lot of work to do.
So
So adding writing into that, no, I don't think it would work.
so how did you learn to write then?
Um, I didn't. I don't know. Um, I guess through probably just reading picture books, I got a sense of what you can do.
Yeah.
And again, it's quite a restrictive medium where you only have, a set number of pages and you can't use lots of words. So just playing by these rules, you already, it's like a skeleton that you can build on or add on.
So you're
It's
saying
not that, so you can't really do anything you like, I guess. There's a pattern or something that you need to follow.
you were talking about my downfall, which is that I I want to uh, I want to write too many words, and
Hmm.
I want to do it the way that I think it should work, and most of the time that doesn't make any sense for uh, the um, for that sort of medium that
Hmm.
you mentioned that you were writing for adults. I don't think I write for adults, but I think I write in a way that is maybe not as commonplace for kids. Like I'm just a little too wordy,
Hmm.
or
I'm the opposite, so I would do wordless stories if I could. That's my.
good. Oh, I don't understand. Like I know people that do that, and have done that for a career and whatnot, like made wordless picture books, but I can't wrap
Hmm.
my head around it. And part of it is I'm just like a blabbermouth. And I like to talk. There's a reason why I do this is I get to chat with people, and so that idea of like limiting my words is shocking and challenging. of some,
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not, so maybe I'm not
you're
necessarily
better suited
quiet,
for
but
kid literature
yeah,
than me. Yeah.
maybe I don't talk too much. Yes, I've done a few zines, just a few short stories.
Yeah.
I've done 2. They're both wordless, and that's where I feel most comfortable. I think my mind is very visual, so yeah, that's most comfortable for me, just telling a story through images. Writing is something else, and it doesn't really come natural to me.
Do you think there's like thinking about the picture book format and the idea of the simplicity of sort of words and things of the sort. Do you think that that translation element, or the fact that you have that sort of background in language, also plays into that, in the sense of like telling a story that can be read by everybody, regardless of what language they speak, or the limited word use because of kids and vocabulary and things of the sort? Do you think any of that comes into play?
Good question. Never thought about it. Probably not, I would say. Probably not.
But now it will, because I mentioned you won't be able to be in the back of your head every time you work now. So tell me a little bit. This is also this is the part where I sort of shift to cultural exchange,
Nice. Okay.
i.e., so growing up in Romania and then moving to the UK, what was Kidlit like in Romania, in the sense of like,
Yeah, it was very different from Western countries because Romania used to be a communist country for a long time.
yeah,
And I grew up in the 90s. That's just after the fall of communism. So I still had lots of books that were Soviet books. And I think because you asked earlier about influences, and this is definitely one of my influences, the Soviet books that I had, because they have a very particular look. I think it's, a limited color palette,
yeah.
like strong shapes and so on. I grew up with that and I really like it.
Do you think that your style is influenced in the sense of like, you said limited palette and shape wise?
Mm-hmm.
Do
I
you
think
think
it is because it's just something that I like and I try to do in my works, especially maybe not my recent ones because these are more mixed media, but in my book Friends, it's just, I think I only used 4 colors and I overlaid them and used maybe more like stronger design or shapes.
Yeah.
So that's maybe reminiscent of the books I used to have as a child.
And were you like, did you have lots of books as a kid? Because I know that there's some regions, specifically in sort of like Northern Europe and stuff, where access to Kidlit was very like historically based, i.e., the books they had were not like the newest books. It was stuff that's like folk tales and things of the sort.
Yeah. Same with me, exactly. There were lots of folk tales, not a lot of new text. Yeah. So nothing that people grew up with in, in the UK or maybe in the US, the authors that you think of. None
Yeah.
of that. Yeah, lots of fairy tales. And I did have books, but to be honest, I wasn't that interested in books. I wasn't interested in reading for a very long time. I liked looking at the pictures, definitely. But I didn't care about the stories that much,
And
I
now
like the images more.
you're bringing shame on your family by admitting that as a Kidlit illustrator.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
it was really nice because I found some of my old books at my parents' house.
yeah.
So it's so nice to see them again. It really takes you back. I'm glad they kept them. I
So
have a few favorites.
who were, I was gonna say, who were some of the favorites from that era?
Yeah, again, it's just some like Russian authors, or I don't even know their names, but maybe I can send you a picture after this live and show you some
I would
some
love to see
friends
some,
that I really like.
yeah, because I obviously I didn't grow up in that environment, so I don't know the reference point, but like
Mm-hmm.
the kind of books that sort of inspire, and the variety that's there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running a class right now where the students are using as a reference point like Ukrainian like garments and patterns and
Ah, nice.
old vintage Halloween or fall like stationery and things of the sort from
Mm-hmm.
turn.
Ah, that's really cool.
And so like some of that is so new to them, of seeing some of these images, because the reference point is so like pop culture, and they're
Mm-hmm.
sort of around, that it's nice to see them sort of breaking out. But I know that I have that limitation too, of I don't know everything that's out there, and so like finding new artists and things of the sort is always lovely. So let's shift gears then and talk about modern stuff, i.e., now that you're in this industry, obviously there's people that you must love and follow, and
Yes.
a book comes out and you're like, it's got their name on it, I'm buying it.
Yeah. I do have some favorite
Yeah.
authors now. So one of them is Matt Hunt that you had on a
Okay.
few weeks ago or months. Yeah, I think he's great, really. I love the looseness of his work. That's something
Yeah.
I strive for, but look at me now. I'm overworking this so much. Like I should be done with. No. It needs more
I'm
lines here. One more
barely
line.
it down, so you're way ahead of me. Matt, I could see you like Matt's work a lot. Like
Yeah.
I get the connection there. Not that like, well, you're copying Matt's stuff. That's not what I'm saying, but more so like I can understand some of the aesthetic elements sort of crossing over between you and his work.
Mm-hmm.
Is there?
Yeah, that's a look that I definitely like. So others that I like, I really like Benji Davis. Do you know him?
I don't know him. I know the name.
Mm-hmm. He's one of my favorites again. I think. So he's one of the artists that I discovered when I went to the Bologna fair, and it really blew my mind. He uses such dark colors and it works great. I was just surprised to see it because I had all these ideas about children's books need to be colorful and light and so on.
Yeah.
But he uses black and it works super.
If it's contextualized, and like I met with a editor at one point, and I was talking about how much I love the color gray. And I've heard so many times like you got to brighten up your colors and you got to make this thing shine and whatnot. And then I met with the editor, and the editor just said, "Well, just write a book about gray then."
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that makes sense. And then you're allowed to get away with it. You're allowed to try those things. But my brain didn't quite understand that until they mentioned that in front of me. Are there authors and folks that you would like to work with long term?
No, I don't follow authors that closely. No, one comes to mind. But just to mention some other artists that I like. I really like Jarvis. Do you know him?
Yes, we had Jarvis on.
Ah, really? I didn't know. Excellent. I have to watch that.
The fact that he just goes by Jarvis is so
fun. That's very cool.
There's someone with clout right there. There's someone that can, like, walk into a room and be like, "My name's Jarvis."
Yeah.
I forget what his
super cool.
last name.
But when you're that good, then you can just call yourself whatever. Yeah, I think he's excellent. And there's an Italian author that illustrator that I really like. She does some crazy things, very original. Beatrice Alemagna, I think.
Beatrice Alemagna. Yeah. Yes. No, she's one of those people that, like, when a book comes out, I feel like you have to go get it.
Yes. Yeah, it's very original. It's something else.
Yeah. There's a few folks like that are on my list where it's when their books come out that it's just a must. My big one that's that way is Nomi Vola.
Ah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Whose stuff is just strange and weird and like makes me question, am I even like trying hard enough? Because her stuff is just so strange every time.
Yep. Yeah.
And then
I love illustrators like that who just really push the limits of what you can have in a children's book.
Like, I didn't know that you could just do a book that has that in it, or that you could draw something that way. And it's funny because, we've been in the industry long enough that we should know these things, but it's sort of just, again, a shock to the system when you see that and you go, oh, I never really thought about it that way. And that's so smart. Are there publishers that in particular that you've been like had your eye on?
I've been really wanting to work with Nosy Crow, and now I am,
Yep.
and I'm enjoying it very much. I also wanted, yeah, I wanted to work with Walker books, and I did, and that was also, yeah, I enjoyed it.
You're
So,
doing everything you wanted to do.
yeah, yeah. Who else? So I'm not sure if Candlewick Press is like Walker Books, but in the US, or is it different? Is it a different publisher, or is it like a subsidiary of?
No, it's Candlewick. So like Nosy Crow is Candlewick. Is there
Oh,
like
really? Okay.
yeah, Nosy Crow is the if I remember correctly, Nosy Crow is the like young like the really young uh imprint of Candlewick. And then we have Candlewick and
Hmm.
Crow in the US.
Mm-hmm.
They just have a US version of it. Candlewick is actually real near us in Somerville, Mass. And I think, I mean, it's different participants. I.e., like there's different art directors and stuff. It's not that it all has to go through the UK or anything of the sort. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that is a known factor here of just the that imprint in particular, or the separation between the UK and the US version. I think there is
Mm-hmm.
slight variations in sort of the kind of stuff that they produce. I mean, I don't know in the UK with Candlewick how artsy sort of fartsy they get, but in the US they definitely um, they're known as a very high quality sort of arty.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to work with them. I haven't, and yeah, that's something that I would really like.
Yeah, there's um, that's I feel like that should be on the top of everybody's list is Candlewick.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah, they do some amazing things.
There's publishers I would like to work with, but oftentimes they don't pay enough. I.e., like I mentioned to my agent at one point, like, oh, I would love to do a book with these, and I won't name them right now, but and the reaction was like, yeah, they don't pay anything. And it's like,
Uh,
yeah, but their work is so cool, and isn't that enough? But she's also looking out for my, finances in the
mm-hmm.
operate, so I can't really blame her for stating that, but there are some
Mm-hmm.
cool publishers that just can't afford to be as wild uh, as I want them to be. So,
Yeah, I think there are some really nice European publishers. Maybe I think the Italian publishers do some really interesting things. Whenever I go by their stand, when I'm at Bologna, I always see things that are really original and cool. Um, but yes, I think most European publishers are known to have smaller budgets. So
yeah, I've heard not only smaller budgets, but I've also heard that sometimes there's a lot more sort of like requirements on the illustrator to do more with the project than just the illustration and walk away. Like sometimes they have to be designer or have to do type
okay.
on the public, but um, the part of me would love that if I got paid enough for it to be the full production artist on it. Oh, my wife's saying yes. Flying Eye Books.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's on my
All
radar.
I think Flying Eye and Enchanted Lion always have really nice books. I don't even know where Enchanted Lion is. I think that's out of Brooklyn. But have you had a chance to ever go to any of the publishers that you work with, like to visit there?
Yes, so I met some of them at Bologna because most of them go. And I've also been to Nosy Crow in London, because Cambridge is quite close. Like it's
Yep.
just 1 hour away. So I went by their office. And I went to Simon and Schuster in New York, because I was in New York last year just as a tourist with my husband. And I sent an email to my editor, and she said, "Yeah, drop by," and that was great. I love that. And then we went for a lunch, like a business lunch. So I thought, wow, I just peaked now. I'm at a business lunch in New York.
New York City, yeah.
Yeah, me, just a girl from a small town in Romania.
And it was like a full 7-course meal they took you out to, right?
Not really, but yeah, it
Yeah.
was somewhere downtown. It was nice and fancy. I loved it.
Cool.
Because you know what the life of an illustrator is like. Then
Yeah.
it's not glamorous at all.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's I'm eating caviar and lobster every night. On, it's, it's very, very glorious here in my household.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the amount of wear and tear on an illustrator. Here we can switch. Ready? Here we're going to switch gears to the sad old illustrator stories now. I was just at the gym and I was thinking, I forget what it was that. Oh, I have a student right now who is having some sort of like tendonitis issue with their hand and literally can't draw because of the pain involved. And I'm wondering, like, every once in a while I'll get into this topic of sort of the wears and tears on an illustrator. You've been doing this for 9 years.
Yeah.
What have you suffered?
How much time do we have?
Yeah. You got. You said you have to off in about anywhere between now and another half hour. So you got that much plus your woes.
Where should I start? So I do get pain in my right hand, of course, from just holding the pencil all day. And if I work a lot, maybe for a few weeks, then it starts to be really bad. And then I have to start exercising and do a bit of, stretches and so on for my hand. Sometimes I might need to put some gel on it.
You didn't know the conversation I was going to this at this.
Yeah.
What kind of do you use on your hand? No. Well, the idea of just the wear and tear on you. You are feeling the aches and pains of this industry at this point?
Yes. So in my hand, yes, especially now because I have a deadline coming up and I'm behind, and it was a very long summer holiday and my boy was at home, so I didn't get to do any serious work. Now I'm trying to catch up, so I have to work. Oh wait,
you have to, yeah.
But anyway,
you have to
so I have to work evenings, and that's a lot. I'm starting to feel the strain on my hand. But other than that, there's a lot of sitting, definitely. But I try to be quite active when I'm not working. So I like cycling, I like walking, I'm playing volleyball, I'm pretty active maybe.
Wait, volleyball? Are you
good?
Yeah,
that's the worst choice for an illustrator, isn't it? Because you can get injured so easily.
Like, you know what I like? I like bare knuckle boxing. That's my favorite thing to work.
I know, it's terrible. I've only done it, so I only started maybe a year ago. So far so good, but we'll see. I think I should probably get insurance for my hand or something, but
I don't, have you ever had, because I have this periodically, like a dream about my hand getting hurt? Have you ever had that sort of like, if I'm not careful, I'm going to smash my hand or do something to my hand that will require or will lose my ability?
Yeah, I do worry about it a little bit, but obviously not very much because I wouldn't be playing volleyball if I did worry too much. I got not serious injuries, but I had a few, like my fingers got hurt a little bit when I was playing. It went away. But it's not like a nightmare that I have that I'm gonna injure my hand. I think you just rest it for a few days and then it's fine.
Well, that's under the assumption that you're nice and healthy and young and spry. There's those of us like me who might take a little longer than a few days.
So I know an illustrator friend who got injured somehow, and her right hand got injured, and then she started drawing with her left hand. Well, she had to change her style a lot. I guess she was just doing like she was using the selection tool and then making very geometrical shapes. But still, I think, if it comes to it, then you just start drawing with your left one and that's it.
I like the idea of she had to change her style a lot. It went from looking good to
yeah.
She went from really realistic to stick figures.
Yeah.
The idea of the switching was not switching to a like real classy looking thing. I have um, I have tried to do the like ambidextrous drawing with my left hand, and it is not pretty, nor will it probably ever be pretty.
Yeah, but if we're going for a a naive
Yeah, oh yeah.
style looking as if it's been drawn by a child, then I think left hand might
Oh,
do the job.
it does the trick for that. That's for sure.
Hmm.
The problem is it doesn't look like a little kid. It looks like an infant through it. That's the problem. So with the thinking about sort of future aspect of your career and things of the sort, are there goals or things that you have sort of set forth that you would like to achieve at some point as a as an illustrator, as an author, whatever you see fit? Are there things that you look at and go like, oh man, I want to achieve this? Now, obviously, like we all want to win awards and we all want to be, have success. But are there things in particular that you can go, this is a true desire
Hmm.
achieve?
So I would definitely like to have a better balance in my work. So just having more time for personal work, not as much client work, I guess, which, I shouldn't complain. I have too much work. It's a good problem to have, but still, I think my creativity is suffering a little bit because I don't have time to play and experiment.
Okay.
So ideally, in a year, I wouldn't be doing 4 or I don't know 5 books or something ridiculous like that. Maybe I would just do 1 or 2, or maybe just 1. Imagine having 1 year to do a book and then earning enough from royalties that you don't need to do more. You can just play. And that's something that I would like.
I had Fred Blunt on. I don't know if you know Fred's work, but he's in the UK as well, somewhere. I forget where he is, but I had him on, and I was talking to him about sort of how much work he's doing and things of the sort. And he mentioned that he does about 1 a year. What? Like,
wow.
Yeah.
Living the dream.
How is that possible? Now, of course, he does get like his books all are not Fred Blunt. Sorry, it wasn't Fred Blunt. It was who was Ed Veer? That's who it was, Ed Veer.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And
well, he's pretty famous, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like he's not some schlub off the street. He's got of sort of what he can get away with, and a history there that not everybody has. But yeah, that'd be lovely. Imagine the like you have to redo a piece, and you just don't have to worry about it because you got a whole nother.
Yeah. You have 2 months to redo a piece.
Yeah. That's not the world we live in, though. That's the.
I would love that, yes. And then I'd also like to do maybe not editorial, but I guess other types of illustration as well, because I'm only doing books. Yeah, I think 90% of my work is books, and sometimes I get tired of it. So yeah, I'd like to do. I'm not sure what else, like packaging or patterns or something else besides books.
I can see you, definitely getting into like packaging of things, especially like or surface design with your work. I could see definitely a direction there. And then, is there
something like that? And I definitely want to write some more. So now I've not now, but a few months ago I finished my 4th book, and it's going to be published next year. And I don't have anything else on the line at the moment. I have to take some time off, try to do some writing, think of ideas, but I'm not doing that. So yeah, I want to write some more. Definitely, I like writing my own stories, mostly because I can just decide what to illustrate. That's the biggest advantage for me. So I think of what do I want to draw, and then try to write a story around it.
Yeah, that's my world in general, is that idea of like what sounds exciting to me, and then how do I develop a story, or how do I make something that is like loose enough in its story that allows me to put that image or whatever it may be in. So like, you know, the idea of I really want to draw a nose today. Okay, well, what kind of story can I give around a nose? How can I
Yeah,
twist
exactly.
some story? Like even if it's not a nose story, maybe it's just like uh, some character has a very distinct nose in the allows me to play a little bit more with it.
Hmm.
When you write, do you write the story and then illustrate, or are
Yeah.
you sort of writing and drawing at the same time?
Um, so I'm doing a bit of sketching on the side, but I usually just try to get the text down. I do have an idea in my mind about what each page might look like, but yeah, it's just text and editing and thinking about it for a few weeks, months, years, perhaps.
Yeah.
It depends.
And then do you like thinking about your writing process? How do you sort of schedule times for writing? Do you have like a certain like today's going to be a writing day, today's going to be a drawing day? How do you manage that end of it?
Yeah, it's usually like that. I have to set aside a day or maybe half a day for it and then move on to drawing. So when I published my first book, I got a contract for 4 books. So I had more or less a deadline for each of them. And I knew by this month I have to have maybe just a, first draft of the manuscript. And that helped. Whereas now that I finished the 4 books, I have to organize my time in a way by myself,
Yeah.
because there's no one pushing me to have something done by X date.
Hmm.
And that's a lot harder because you can always get carried away with work,
Yeah.
with client work.
Do do you like client work? I mean, I hear like the sentiment of like you just want to play sometimes and be or experiment and things of the sort, but do you really enjoy the idea of like having a brief that you're
Yes, yeah, most of the time I do. So I find writing quite difficult, and many times I just wish somebody would give me the perfect text and I would just illustrate it. So I don't have a lot of ambition as a writer, I guess, but it
yeah.
is a good way of, deciding what I want to draw. I guess that's what it comes down to, just making my own. If I want to draw something, then I have to write a story for it because nobody's gonna give me exactly what, the perfect text for what I want to draw. But
Well,
otherwise, yes, I really like illustrating other people's texts. If I think the text is, if I like the text, I usually do, because then I wouldn't say yes if I didn't like it.
so what is the perfect text? Like
It depends on the mood. So right now, I would love to do something that's a bit more, um, something about like gnomes and witches and nature and so on, maybe like a magical forest, something like that. Yeah.
I think I'm wondering, and I don't know if this is just a like you've probably seen this too, but one of the things that I've noticed recently is that there is a lot of gnome interest. Like I've seen quite a few books that are related to gnomes coming out. Um,
Really? I haven't seen any.
oh,
That's nice.
there were a couple of instances. I mean, maybe I'm just like maybe it just shows up in my feed because I maybe I typed in gnome at some point and it's uh, but like equivalent of a year ago, and maybe it still is. There's a lot of ghost books, um, and not Halloween books, but ghost books. Just that there's a ghost character. And I feel like
Hmm.
they're going to be that next like big, um, like everybody's going to have a gnome book at some point. But
Really, I haven't really seen that actually. Might be, maybe the market here is different.
yeah,
I see a lot of nature books, but no, not a lot of fantasy, I would say. So nature, but quite based on reality.
well, do you remember like the era in which owls were on everything?
Yeah.
And,
I
like
know there was an owl.
frogs and their hedgehogs were a big deal for a while. Like,
I wonder what's the animal that's in right now.
what?
What's the animal that's in now? Do you know?
Well, I asked someone that I had on before who's like a surface designer, because that shows up in surface design a lot.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't really have a distinct answer, but if she had to guess, she was thinking moths. And
What's that?
a moth.
Ah, really? Wow. Okay,
Now,
that's cool.
when she said that, I all of a sudden realized that I have seen a lot of moths showing up in work, but I don't know if it's like the hip new thing or just now that that word, the word or the critter of a moth was populated in my head, that all of a sudden I'm just calling back all those images. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was thinking bugs are going to be
Hmm.
a thing, but I don't know if that was ages ago, and so I don't know if that's going to hold
Yeah,
up.
but some things never go out of style, like bears and so on.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't go wrong with a bear book, really.
Mm. I love drawing bears. I love drawing. What's your favorite? I mean, you love drawing kids. I know that, but is
Oh,
had to like draw one thing for the rest of your life?
I have a mouse character that I really like. I'm gonna try to draw him now.
That's an animal, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So if it has to be an animal, then it's a mouse. But
Okay,
if it's like a child, then probably a little boy, a
interesting.
very specific little boy, just like the one that I did when we were starting the
Yeah,
conversation.
I'm more like I'm fascinated with the idea of a little boy versus a little girl, and this may sound a bit like gender specific, but I feel like I'm better at drawing little boys than I am drawing little girls. And I
Possibly
feel like,
me as well.
yeah,
They're quite similar, but yeah.
I've
And
heard
I
a lot of,
suppose because I have a boy, then and I draw him more often, then maybe I'm more
true,
a bit
true.
biased towards boys.
Just your reference point is a little dude running around in your house. I just
Yeah.
want to get up to just the idea that like I I have seen my own face, which is a little boy's face, um, more often, and so I understand the proportions of that better than I do the little girl. Like one of the things that I've struggled with, and this may make sense when I say this, but um, I have a hard time drawing a girl without putting like a little bow in her hair, or like it doesn't look like a girl
Like
unless
signaling, this is a girl.
yeah, like this is a girl now. Get it, everybody? Um, that's the kind of like struggle that I've always had with that in some sense. Um, do you? I'm seeing your little mouse character. Oh, I like the one ear towards us and the facing away. Like we get to see the inside of one ear
Yeah.
and not the other. That's fun. Um,
I kept thinking I have to write a story about this mouse, but I don't know. Don't know what it is yet.
it's yeah, I don't know. I'm the image I'm making today is just a like I figured I'll start doing some mock covers, and so I just started. I want to draw a train and then a bunch of little cats. This for anybody that has not seen. This is the sketch. That's there, the little choo choo kitty train, and so there's cats, and there's actually a cat inside the smokestack. That's there that I will get in there, but that idea of like, there's part of me that goes, if I start making just covers, like just little sample covers, that eventually one of them's going to click and it's going to be like, oh, that's the story. That's the work on.
Oh, that's an interesting way of
We'll see. It may not
working.
work.
Yeah.
That may be a complete trash idea, but we will find out along the way. Um, out of curiosity, if your son is, you said 4?
Yeah, almost 4.
Is he well, one, does he like your work?
Yes. So none of my books are his favorites, but yes, we
Okay.
do read them. And he likes to say, "Oh, this was illustrated by mommy."
Yeah.
He's quite proud of me.
And then
But he's into trains, and I don't have any books about trains, so I can't win. Yeah.
I'm drawing trains today, so hopefully
Yeah. I'm gonna show it to him tomorrow. He's gonna be excited.
I will, yeah, make sure that I tag you in it so he can see. Yeah, that's a bummer if you don't draw trains. Now,
Yeah.
the challenge with a kid that likes trains though is he probably knows all the different types of trains, and like that it's one of those things where um, kids that know trains really know, like, well, that,
Mm,
a boxcar from a such and such train, the 1940s, and you're like, okay.
mm.
uh
No, he's not. He doesn't know a lot about trains yet. He's just
yeah,
very excited by them, but doesn't have, yeah, all the knowledge.
yeah,
Not yet.
someday it's
Yeah, yeah.
and you're gonna be shocked at how much your kid knows about trains.
Exactly.
It's did you have any like speaking of that side of it, did you have any like little makes it sound really diminutive, and I don't like that I said that. Did you have any hobbies or things like that when you were little that you really loved?
Um, hmm. Let me think. Something that I really liked. No, not really. So I was very much into anime, into, cartoons, Japanese cartoons.
Yeah.
Um, but no, I mean, I like cats because we always had a cat. So
I have
probably
to
cats.
ask this question then. Maybe um it's probably not an appropriate question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. um how old are you then?
I'm going to be 36 very soon.
Okay, that makes more sense. I had no idea on the age, but when you said anime, like the access to anime became more viable at a certain point for a lot of folks. Like my generation, we didn't have a lot of anime available, and so
Hmm.
something that a lot of people knew, or what we had available was not necessarily uh, good. That's a statement right there. Or we just didn't know that that's what it was. So like there were cartoons that I grew up with that clearly now back at, and I'm like, oh, that was anime, or it was from another country that it was produced and things of the sort. But that's I was just it helped me. I didn't mean to ask your age. How much
That's
money?
fine.
Yeah, like all the inappropriate questions I could ask. Um,
Yeah, we did. So TV was quite different I'm sure we had very different programs in
yeah,
Romania versus the US and maybe Western Europe as well.
yeah.
But yeah, anime were one of the first cartoons that we got, so they were super exciting.
Did you have any cool like kid shows there that were like crazy? Um, like thinking about, I'm trying to think. What's the one in England that's there right now where it's like, or maybe it's an old one that was like this weird little like clown looking character, Blippy or something like that.
No, it doesn't sound familiar. I don't know.
Okay, maybe it's an old one that was there, but it was a very disturbing character. I know that much. Um, but did you have any like fun shows from that were Romanian specifically, or was it all sort of brought in from afar?
It was mostly from afar, yeah. So I think um, so state television during communism was very restricted.
Mm.
Um, there were there were some kids programs in the morning, but just for a few hours, and then no, it was just, I guess, politics or speeches or so on. Um,
Do you remember when the restrictions got lifted?
so it happened in the 90s, and that's when many like foreign programs started to be to come into Romania. We even had like a Cartoon Network, that's American, right? That's
Yeah.
from the US. And that was, non-stop kids programs. That was amazing. I couldn't believe it.
There must have been a big shock to the system when all of a sudden you got access.
Yeah, definitely.
That's interesting. Wait, someone says Blippy is from America. I think maybe you're thinking of Mr. Blobby. Yes, but he was from the 90s. Okay.
No, I don't know who Mr. Blob is.
Oh man, you got to go look up Mr. Blobby. You are
I'm missing out.
great. You got to open up YouTube and have your son watch Mr. Blob. Um, the with your son being 4, he's in picture book range now, I assume.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it fun to watch him sort of like discover all the like the industry in a way? Like, I mean, obviously he likes trains, but are you like, oh, he has a very specific type of book that he likes? Oh,
No, not yet. So I'm really glad that he enjoys reading. I mean, us reading to him a lot.
yeah.
And he's quite open to all kinds of books. And yeah, he likes some of the like classic ones, The Tiger Who Came to Tea, and those ones.
I get
Um,
that one. That must be a English book when it talks about.
Possibly, yeah. And we're going on a bear hunt, and
Yeah.
I guess these are the British classical stories. Very Hungry Caterpillar, so on.
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah.
Classic. We have the Eric Carle Museum just like not too far from here, and I still have yet to go.
Cool.
And I like to play in collage. Like, it's my route at this point, and I still haven't gone. But and then,
well, usually if something's too close, you never go. It's just like that.
it's that like idea of it takes it's a lot of effort to go a little ways, and I can stay home instead.
Exactly.
We have a family cabin that's near us that people say like, oh, are you going to stay over at the cabin? It's like, it's 20 minutes from my house. I'm going to sleep in my own bed. My bed's more
Oh no, it's too close.
Yeah.
Oh, annoying.
Make it another like hour or 2 away, and then maybe I'll put an effort. But
exactly.
So I do know that time-wise, I want to make sure that we're careful, because I do know that you have that hard out.
Yes, it's about 9 p.m. here. Oh, too bad, because I was really enjoying, but I should probably start working at 10 p.m. God. What is this?
You got things you got to do. You got people that you have to answer to. But
annoying, because it was a really nice chat.
Annoying. This real problem that you have to. Now you can't probably mention what it is that you have to work on, I assume. But
yeah, it's just a cover for a magazine in the US. I have to finish it by tomorrow. I still have some edits to do.
What's the magazine?
It is a religious magazine. It's called Friend Magazine. I think is it Mormon? I think it's Mormon. Yeah, it's a cover for their Easter.
Do you end up doing a lot of like cover work?
No, not really. No, though I enjoy it. So I was glad when they asked me.
That's one of the...
Yeah, like I said, I just do so many books that whenever I get something that's not a book, I will usually say yes, just for a change.
Sort of jump at the variety. But it's due tomorrow and have you started it?
Sorry?
Have you started it yet?
Yeah. I'm almost done, so I just have a few edits to do.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe if I work for an hour today and a few hours tomorrow, should be fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was up until late hours yesterday, and so I finally got to crash today and get a little bit of rest. But then tomorrow it's back into another deadline, trying to get all that done. What
are you gonna do today? Because it's still early for you, right?
It's still early today, but I have to crash after having no sleep for a few days.
I can imagine, yeah.
Well, not no sleep, but very little sleep. I need to stop and like take a rest tonight. So tonight's my rest night, and tomorrow's back in studio. Real quick, because I don't want to keep you too long, but I do want to ask a little bit about sort of schedule for you, especially with a little one, because I know there are folks that watch that are like trying to figure out how to manage their life in general. Not to say that you're an expert at it of any sort, but when do you find time to work? Like, is there a set time that you're like, this is studio time, and no one's...
Yeah, so my son goes to nursery
for
7 hours each day. And that's when I work. I work from home. I have a separate room, which is also a storage room and a guest room and so on. But yes, this is where my desk is and
Yeah.
all my art supplies. And yeah, I take him to nursery, come back, and work as much as I can before I have to pick him up. But time goes by really quickly because then there's also a lunch break. I might cook something. You know, I feel like I only work for 6 hours.
Yeah.
And you know, if it's a day with lots of news and so on, I might get distracted and check the news too often. And yeah.
Sounds about right. I the like 6 hours, and I have, just so you know, you have a storage room. I have a kitty litter next to me, and my cats come down, destroy it periodically while I'm working and stink me out. So
Oh no.
I would go for a storage room any day. But let me do this because I want to make sure that I send you off in a proper manner. I'm gonna flip my camera back down to my old.
Okay. I'm gonna flip as well.
Have a lovely setup. Let's do this. Boom.
What did I do?
I have had a lovely time chatting and getting to know you.
Me too.
I want to
Thanks
say,
very much for inviting me. It was nice to spend
Yeah.
the evening with talking to someone.
you did a really good job. Not only did you do a good job of like, because I know you said that you don't do a lot of like public events, but
No, I don't. I've never done an Instagram live before.
Minus the pixelation at the beginning, it was you were smooth sailing, and you did a very good job of talking as you worked. There was no like, you didn't really have a big ramp up for that. It just sort of clicked. So
Now I want to see what I drew because I have no idea really what did I do. Now I'm gonna look and think, oh my god.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I like the last one. Yeah, I did this basket of apples, and I like this. This is pretty good.
I like the like openness of those apples, i.e., like not all filled in, and yet
Maybe this is too. I should fill this in, but anyway, this is okay. I did a few squirrels, which are just wow. What's that?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep working, and I will send you a little DM or tag you with this so your son can see a train.
Okay, that's cool.
If you end up with anything, will you please tag me in it so I get to see it outside the video?
Okay.
Okay. It was lovely to chat with you, and now you got to go get a deadline done.
Yeah, very nice to talk to you.
If they found out that you were just spending and wasting your time talking to me all night,
I don't think they're watching. I think I'm fine.
What? They're not tuning in. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, it was lovely, and I will chat with you later.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye. All right, folks. That was Daniela Sosa. Again, I want to make sure that I'm not trying to kick Daniela off, but I understand the deadline thing, and I didn't want to take up more of her time because she did say that she had a heart out. But I'm going to continue working. I got to figure out this illustration and keep making it bigger and better and all that fun stuff. And it's got a ways to go. I still have to draw all the cats. So many cats on this piece. But I will switch camera here. In fact, I'll drop out the Ask Us Anything and put Ask Me Anything. And now is the time of the show where I have another 2 hours left to work. And the comments are now open for you to ask me, little old me, questions. About art, about life, about any of the stuff, and I am an open book, so if you have questions, I will try to answer accordingly. So that's it. Here we go. Switcheroo, again, sketch right there on the wall, the little choo-choo kitty train. Here's the piece I'm working on. I'm going to start putting in some of the type just so I get it in there in some manner. Ooh, that's kind of coming up right there. But ask questions. Oh, next week is Laura Zarin, and in fact, tonight or tomorrow, I need to make the ads for the next month. We have it all lined up. I just haven't made the ads yet. And so that is on my list of things to do. Got to do that. I got to do some stuff for school tonight. get it locked in. You guys don't care, but it's all schedule stuff I gotta figure out. I mean, if you do care, that's cool, but I doubt you do. I just doubt it. I don't believe you say you really want to hear about it. Oh, you want to hear about it? I can tell you all about scheduling. So what it is, we have multiple programs and we're using similar spaces and we have to make sure they don't overlap big time. And so there's a challenge of trying to figure out what space can be used when and the requirements for. See, you don't care about it. You don't. Nor should you. So what kind of questions do people have? How can I help? What can I do to make your life easier? Yeah, you heard me. Easier. I'm going to try to make these look like they're made out of metal in the end. Sitting on this faux cover. Oh, you know what I should probably do instead of putting this R down completely? I should put the N down and then space it out accordingly. Okay, brownie mix. Good question. So the question is, this coming from brownie mix with 2 eyes. Whoa. So the question is, has my work ever been seen as not art? If so, how do you stay positive and keep going? That's a good question. I mean, there's a couple of things that are sort of loaded in that I'll touch base on. So the idea of like, what is art and what isn't art, I mean, my assumption, and I could be wrong, but if it sounds to me like this question is coming because someone has told you your art is not art. And again, that may be me projecting that on there. But if someone has ever said that to you, then I say hogwash to them. But the idea of, art is subjective. What people see as art is challenging in a lot of different ways. Like there's a few folks that I've seen online that I won't name names, but that put artwork down, and partially because it's not their thing or it's not their aesthetic. And I understand that, I don't like all art. That'd be sort of silly if I did, but I'm not going to say that something isn't art because of that. I will say it's art that I don't necessarily understand or appreciate in the same way that I do other artists, but that's a different argument. But I've never had anybody like come up to me and just go, your work sucks. And the joker in me would want to say it's because it's all beautiful and, I'd never made a bad piece of art in my life, which is totally untrue. But the assumption that I would make, and this is my mindset on this in general, is if someone doesn't like, or someone says your work is not art, it's one of 2 reasons. Either they think that their art is better, or that the only thing that is considered art is the aesthetic that they like, and therefore everything else is bad, which is a false sort of sentiment. Or it's someone who does not understand the variety of art that is out there and is uneducated on the full spectrum of what art might be, or what can be, let's put it that way. And so if it's one of those 2 folks, it's easy to sort of chalk up the person who doesn't know. The person who does know there's a bunch of different art and just is trying to act tough or cool. I'm gonna make a bold statement here and say that they are not a good artist across the board. Even if their artwork looks lovely, I think a good art it's that same statement that like the wise man knows that he's not wise kind of situation, or like the smartest man knows he's not the smartest. And in the same sense that if an artist is out there saying that someone's artwork is bad, then they're forgetting all the steps that they had to go through to get to where they are today. And it, you know, you don't punch down. Let's put it that way. And so to me, if someone were to come up to me and say something like that, I would try to just, you know, brush it off. More than likely, I would probably get sort of in my own head of like, why did they say that? I will say that art school helps in some sense with that sort of, when you go through critiques and things of the sort, you get used to people talking about your work in a, you know, in a positive and in a negative light, about like what you could do better at and whatnot. But long story short, how do you stay positive and keep going? I think the best mindset that I've sort of come to as time goes on is that I understand that everything that I do is a step towards something, not of the current moment. In other words, when I make a piece, it may not be a perfect piece. It may have problems, etc. But the goal of the piece is not to make the best piece. The goal of the piece is to learn something. So when I make the next piece after it, I have a better understanding of what direction I want to go, or sort of where I can take that artwork. And so to me, that's always been really helpful. Just that idea of like understanding that how do I want to put this? The understanding that what I'm making now is not really the goal. The goal is the piece after that. And if I keep that in mind, that this piece is only a stepping stone towards something else, it makes it a whole lot easier to make this work and not sit there and constantly question, is it valuable? Is it good enough? Is it, you know, everything that it should be, whatever that may entail. And so, yeah, I don't know. That was a long-winded answer. Hopefully that helped. I hope. It may or may not, but I hope. I'm going to paint I think these are called cow catchers, if I remember correctly. And they're the things that, like, if a cow is on the tracks, it nudges them off or straight up bashes them. I just need to paint a bunch of stripes on it. I hope it doesn't just bash them and turn them into beef. That made me laugh. The word beef is really funny to me. If I play video games, oftentimes, and it says like, you know, what's your character's name? You get to enter that kind of thing in. And I know they're not going to say it in the dialogue or anything of the sort, but a lot of times I do name the character Beef because I think it's funny. It's one of those words that just sounds good. Beef. It's got the hard B and the eef part. Beef. There we go. Okay. Gotta let that dry before I put that down. I'm gonna work on. That's not gonna be dark enough. I need a darker version of that color. Probably do it with this. There you get. I like this hand. There's moments when I'm working that all of a sudden I do something, I'm like, I get it, I like it. And that hand, that dumb looking hand. And I say dumb, it's dumb. It's not a smart looking hand. I don't know what a smart looking hand looks like, but that one ain't it. I'm going to put a little cat head sticking out of here on the rein. So it needs to say the Choo Choo Kitty train, which I'm thinking Choo Choo Kitty is going to be black. These will probably stay somewhere in this range. One of the things I want to do is add some more warmth into them, and then even this color. And let's see, what other questions do we have? Little bolts. Emily, wait, no. Emily Young illustration. Hello. I have my first in-person portfolio review next month. First since I was at uni over 10 years ago. What would you say are the key things to include in your portfolio for a 10 to 15 minute review? Okay, I have to ask a question because this makes a big difference. So I teach a class that essentially is what we call business practices, illustration business practices, where we go over stuff like websites and portfolios and all that kind of fun stuff. And one of the things that's loaded in that, though, is a portfolio review is a great thing. However, it really depends on, like, what you put in it really depends on what kind of portfolio review we're talking about. And so I need to know, is it a portfolio review for an agent? Is it a portfolio review for a client? And what are you aiming towards? What does what are the parameters of this portfolio review? If it's something that is like Kidlit, is going to be a very different thing that you're probably going to have in there versus something that's for editorial and things of the sort. So can you give me a little bit more background on what kind of portfolio review we're talking about here? So I'll wait for you to put that in there. Especially if you only have 10 to 15 minutes, you gotta, bang for your buck kind of situation. You gotta be very careful about sort of not putting in things that are going to waste the time, so to say. So give me a little sense of what we're talking here. So I'm just waiting to hear what kind of portfolio review we are talking about. Okay, so it's for a Kidlit agent. Okay, that helps. Thank you. That makes it a whole lot easier to sort of understand the parameters that we're talking about. So if we're going for a Kidlit agent, there are a couple things that I would suggest right away that you need to have in there. So obviously you need to have things like some kids and animals and characters and things of the sort. But one of the things that I can't stress enough in this situation is the idea that people go into these critiques oftentimes thinking like, oh, I'm going to make some cool images and put them up there, and then forget what the point of Kidlit is. And the point of Kidlit is storytelling. And so your images can't just be a cool image. They have to somehow showcase that you can tell a good story. And not all images have to do that. You know, it's not like every portfolio image has to be a narrative piece, but a good portion of them should be. And so a lot of times just that idea of like when you are starting an illustration, I would go to the trouble of looking and saying, how can I put story into this in some shape or manner that will be evident to the person that's looking at it. So, you know, like the equivalent of I'm working on this image. Now this is a sort of like cover like image, a fake cover, but I still haven't decided what I'm going to do with all the cats. But in order to get the story in, one of the things that I want to do is probably, like right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cats. And it's called the Little Choo Choo Kitty Train. 8 cats, or 9 cats rather, is not enough in my mind. So I might have to add more cats into this. And I'm not sure where, I'm not sure how I'm going to add them in, but the idea of like the excess is going to become the story. It's, in my mind, this is a piece about a guy who rides on the rails and he brings all the stray cats that he finds with him on the train, and they live on the train with him. So I have a story idea to go with. So then it becomes, how can I emphasize the that aspect of sort of living? Or, you know, if I had this as an illustration, I had some other piece that connected to this, maybe I start to show interiors. Maybe I start to show that he has to put out food bowls on the train, but he has to do it while it's moving. Or maybe the cats all sleep up against the engine because of the heat. And so I'm trying to find like devices that can allow for the sort of silliness or the quirk of the story to showcase. So whatever your images are in your portfolio, I would go back and I would double check. Do they have some inkling of story in them? The other way that I like to treat the story aspect in a lot of the work is not by saying, here's what happens. Like, you know, a person falls off a ladder, but set up that image. So we as an audience look at it and go, oh, that person's going to fall off that ladder, but it hasn't happened yet. So we have this, this like, what do I want to call it? Insight that even the character that's in the scene does not have, which is great for little kids. If a little kid looks at something and they spot something in it and they're like, oh, they don't see the dragon behind them, or, you know, that building's on fire in the background and no one's noticing in the scene, that's a really lovely sort of way to get kids involved in not just the story as a whole, but feeling like they're invested in, you know, paying attention and learning from the literature. And so that idea of, can you set up your images in a way that allow the audience to be clued in? And so if you can have something like that in your portfolio, or showcase your ability to sort of foretell where the story might go, is really good. The other things that I would put in the mix, I mean, the standard like 10 to 15 minutes, I don't know how many images they're going to look through, but they're going to probably look through them fast. And so the order in which they go is important, but I would really try to showcase scenes and action. I have this thing that I put up on my Instagram that I'm going to do more often called Professor Butts. And it's the idea of like, you can do this, but you should also do this. And one of the things I mentioned this last time is it's cool to have characters. Characters are wonderful. But if your character's just standing there and not doing anything, then it's sort of a waste of space. And so, you know, look at your portfolio and don't get caught up too much in just a cool looking character is enough to hold the image together. Your characters can be boring as you know, as all get out, but if they're telling a good story, like in other words, they don't have to have all the bells and whistles, like they have silly roller skates on and blah, like we don't need all that. It can be just a kid. But as long as it showcases the narrative aspect, then you're good. The other thing that I was told, and I've heard this from other sources and consulted with other people about this too, is the idea that your images should feature kid-like characters. So even if you don't want to draw kids, you need to have things that have kid-like mentality. So the equivalent of you could have a old person that's in a scene, but they got to be kid-like in some aspect. So if there's like an old man, what makes them kid-like? What makes them feel like they're they're discovering something, or that they're naive in some aspect, like a little kid might be. You got to get that aspect into it. And so it doesn't necessarily need to be only kids and only animals. It's good to showcase that you can do other things that have some sense of childlike. What I've been saying recently is childlike wonder. And so, I don't know what that entails. I don't know what that means as far as like what that character is or how they operate or what the setting is, but they got to have that sort of sentiment of they feel like they're going to learn something along the way, and you are there to help that process. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. I'm trying to think if there's other things that I would suggest putting in there. I mean, 10 to 15 minutes, again, that's a short period of time. And so you just need to make sure that you get your bang for your buck. I would aim for 12 images max. If you had more time, great. I'd put more, a few more images in that mix. But because it's such a short time frame, you want to be able to have a conversation if you have time. And if they're constantly looking at new work, then potentially you lose that aspect. And so I would just aim towards 12 max, somewhere in that range. I would also come with preloaded questions, i.e., if you're looking at some aspect of the industry, or you have questions about sort of your work or what their role as an agent might be, have those ready to go so you're not fumbling going, oh yeah, what else was I going to ask? And have those written down somewhere for yourself just to make that process easier. I need, I think it's up here. Oh, yes. Hopefully, was it Young illustration, Emil Young? I'm not sure which way it goes, but I hope that helped. This, I should get a new blade. Look at how much gunk there is. It's been built up on this thing like glue, and I don't even know if it's something I guess it's water soluble, so I might be able to scratch it off there or wipe it off there with water, but this thing is covered in nasty. I'm going to put a new blade in, and that new blade is going to make my life easy. I think. I hope. The choo-choo kitty train. I'll make my H's here. This is going to be a pain to stick down. Chattanooga choo-choo? Oh, Bear Edwards. How dare you? How dare you? And no, it's not. Always coming in with your puns. One of these days, they're going to catch up to you. You're going to say the pun. You're going to say a pun to someone who's not accepting of puns. You're going to pay the price. What that means, I don't know. Boy, oh boy. You're going to get your comeuppance. What other questions can I answer, folks? What other questions can I answer? I got my H's cut out. I need, where's that scrap that I have? Oh, there it is. Okay, how am I going to cut out these O's? O's are pain in the butts. I can fit. I'm hoping I can get all these in there and it's not going to be too tight. We will see, hopefully. So this last weekend, my wife and I went to Minnesota, which is where I grew up, and we got to see my old house. I took a photo in front of it, and we got to see my high school, and we got to see my middle school and my elementary school and my high school friend and his family. And then we went to the Mall of America for a hot second. Then we went to the Minnesota Zoo. And we went to, did we go anywhere else? That may be it. But it was fun. So there. Deal with it. Okay, let's see. Kitty. That's an easy one. That's an I. Then T, T, and a Y. Why? Because I said so. Uh-oh, my son's home. What did my wife ask? Would you prefer to train kitties or one of doggies? Doggies. I'm a doggy person through and through. I'm a doggy person. Choo choo choo. Well, I see there's another comment that came up that hold on a second, let me just finish this cut. There's T, and I gotta do the Y. Let's see. I'm heading off for now due to the time in the UK, but thanks for your time. Looking forward to seeing the finished kitty train. Thank you. Do you have a nice hot dish? No. I didn't. My mom didn't ever actually cook a hot dish. For those who don't know, a hot dish meaning like, what is it? One of the classic ones is like tater tots. It's like a tater tot casserole. And my mom didn't grow up in Minnesota, so maybe that's why that she never really had that as a thing. At least I don't remember it. But yeah, hot dish is a term for those in the know. I'm trying to think if there was any like specific Minnesota things. I mean, we live close enough to like apple farms and stuff like that. That would be a thing, but that wasn't necessarily. That's not a cool thing. So, oh, I need to cut out the O's. That'd be good. Maybe I'll do that after. Maybe I'll put down the word chew and then come back and cut out the O's. So I'm going to do it a way that I don't normally like doing it because these letter forms are small enough and getting them to stick right. is such a pain that I'm gonna stick them down and then see if I can erase some of the glue after. It's once pieces get small enough, even if you put glue down, they shift. They're so small they stick to whatever and then shift. And so you have to like be mindful of how you stick these things down. Did you play Duck Duck Gray Duck? I mean, we played Duck Duck Goose, I think, but that was when I was that age. When I was playing like Duck Duck Goose, that was I lived in Colorado at the time. By the time that I got to Minnesota, well, I grew up in Minnesota when I was like in elementary, or sorry, rather kindergarten, and then I also grew up in Colorado once, like halfway through kindergarten into about fourth or fifth grade. I don't know, fourth grade, I guess. And then when I and then stayed, or no, then I moved back to Minnesota. So yeah, moved to Minnesota in fourth or fifth grade. Fourth grade, yeah, fourth grade, and then moved out of Minnesota after high school. So I think I was in Colorado at the time where there would be some like when one would play Duck Duck Goose. Now, one of the things that I've told people before, and it's probably very disturbing now that, you know, contextually the situation the world's in, etc., was I remember in second grade that my teacher spanked me on my birthday, which nowadays would never fly. You'd never get a teacher that would do that. But at the time, that was not, I guess, considered. It was not a thing that people cared about, I guess, or maybe they did, and my parents didn't know. But I remember getting put over my teacher's lap, and she spanked me. It was second grade, so I would have been turning. Let's see, kindergarten I turned 6, so 7. I would have been turning 8 at the time, so I got eight little spankies on my butt. I don't like the word spankies. I'm never going to say that again. Brad Edwards, Minnesota's cool. I mean, it was, to be honest, it's not all that much different than where I am now. As far as like aesthetic, like there's trees and you know, it's lakes and woods and things and suburbs and whatnot. So it's not like it's wildly different than New Hampshire. But it was fun just for the memory's sake, for me at least. I'm sure that my wife and son probably didn't get as much out of it as I did. Like, of course, I'm sitting there going like, and this, I showed them the sledding hill where we would all sled behind the high school because it had a really good hill for that. And, you know, on first glance, to me, it's like, that's amazing. I love that. But to them, it's probably just like, yeah, it's a hill. Cool. You go on with your bad self, you know. I just hope that they enjoyed seeing a little bit of my childhood. The cool part of my childhood. Open up the C just a little bit more. There we go. Okay, now. Choo choo kitty train. Should it be the choo choo little kitty train, little choo choo kitty train, or the little choo choo kitty train? See, there's the problem. I'm cutting it down on the surface. Because now I gotta attach that little center of the O back into this piece. And trying to get that to line up perfectly is going to be a pain in the butt. I can do it, but it'll be a pain in the butt. You gotta get wedged down in there. Okay, I'm gonna put a little dot there. Or you know what, I'll make it a little box so it says it in the right manner. I'm gonna darken in the bottom of those. Okay, let's keep going. Fun fact, my dad was once a railroad engineer. That's cool. I like that. That's a fun fact. It actually is a fun fact. You really pulled through this time. There's all those times where you say it's a fun fact and it's nothing. This time it was true. Let me see. I need to put in all these little details in here. There's a nose. Oh, you know what? He's supposed to have lips. It'd be good if I actually put the lips in the way they're supposed to go, like this. There we go. There's my conductor lips. There's my conductor lips. There's my conductor lips. I think I'm going to hand paint the I'm going to hand paint all the cats. Give them a little ear here. I might actually use this pink a little bit on the hand down here. Just get a little slight variation in the hand. Okay, let's see. You figure out. Okay, so he's not using them for fuel. Well, I mean, human consumption fuel. He's using them to, like, eat. You know what I need real quick is I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to go look up a railroad engineer's hat. That's what I need. Let me type this in. Let's see. Close. Yeah. Nope. Nope. I can't seem to click my iPad on the right thing. Nope. Big old stinky things. Let's see. Okay. Railroad engineer hat. I just don't know what it would look like. I think it's striped. Is it striped? Oh, oh, it's like gray with, oh, okay. Here, let me draw this real quick just so I have it as a reference. So it's like, yeah, it's got some like pleats in it. And then it's got a little cap. And yeah, the pleats are sort of in there. And then they do have little striping on them. Okay, that's what I need. Okay, now I can draw this in. Let me go back to my Instagram feed. There we go. So let's get him. Okay, there we go. Let's make that a little bit brighter there. Yes, striped. Striped. So what I'm going to do, I'm missing, where is it? There it is. Oh. There's a little bit of blue back out here because I've used it all up. There we go. And I'll try to mix the right variable color here. That plus some black. That will probably work. Let's see. Liner brush for the win. Now let me get more black in there. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? No. Paint this in black and go the other way because it's going to be more dark. It's going to be hard on top of that white to maintain. All those spaces. Okay, give me a second, and I will. Okay, now that I have that, let's sharpen up the white pencil. Sharper. There we go. That's better. Real subtle. Real subtle like. Darken behind his head a little bit right there. Let's put some eyeballs on him. He just needs little eyeballs. There we go. That. I'm gonna give them little dumb looking pupils. And then I'm gonna give him little sideburns. A mustache of sorts. Okay. Now let me start playing with other things that I can add in to make bits and bobs on this guy. Bits and bobs. I went to school with bits and bobs. I don't like that color in particular, but it's fine. Maybe I'll do some little. So here's what I need. I need from folks. I need this answer. Should I call it the little choo-choo kitty train, the little choo-choo kitty train, or maybe it's just called choo-choo kitty train? Maybe not the or little in general. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's just called choo-choo kitty train. I'll leave it at that. So anybody watching, if you want to vote, I need to know whether it's called the little choo-choo kitty train, called the lil choo-choo kitty train, the choo-choo kitty train, or just choo-choo kitty train. I vote for no, the lil or the lil. So just choo-choo kitty train, Barrett. Choo-choo kitty train is fine. I like it. It's simple. It's easy. It's breezy. It's beautiful cover girl. It also requires less work on my part. Because I don't have to do much to solve it then. Because it's done already solved. It just means I need to put some bits and bobs here. Okay. Let me get a little bit warmer here. Let's see. I'm waiting for people to ask questions. No one's asking questions yet. If there's anybody in the New Hampshire / Massachusetts area, maybe Connecticut, I don't know, Rhode Island, maybe, this weekend on the 27th at 11 a.m. at Porter Square Books, I will be doing a reading and signing of my newest book, the Piggy Book, Piggy Bank Saves the Day, and it would be lovely if people turned out for it. If you can't, I understand. Wife's at the library waiting on my boy to finish playing a video game on a computer or something. I think it's a game. Computer game, yep. Let's see. And I want where is I had a black, there it is. So I'm putting in some little like things. Just things. Okay. Let's do this. I'll do that. Okay. Circle there. Little circle here. Okay. How are we doing time-wise? Got about an hour. Gotta get all the kitties in. I'm gonna probably draw a little hatch. I'm trying to figure out what color to do it. Right there, the kitty can be in. And then like a little hatch down here that a little kitty can be in. Okay, maybe I'll start putting the cats in. Let's start painting cats. Cats. Use this bright mustard yellow. So a shock to the system. This up here. Okay, let's get a little mustard yellow there, and then that's this on the body. Little Okay. I'll put another yellow cat up here in the smokestack. Okay. That in there. Okay, let me get brownish cat somewhere. An orangey cat. Let's see, I had another one that was like here, and then it had its ears facing that way. And this one had tail that came up like that. Okay, now this guy needs a cat over his shoulder here. Okay. Let's get a black cat. Maybe we'll make it a blackish gray, reddish cat. So it's in that sort of purpley range. Okay, let's get Let's see, I'll do another cat. Like, I had another one that was right here. Let's do that one. So let's do. No one has any questions? Come on, people. This guy doesn't have eyebrows. I need to put eyebrows on him. Okay. Let me make a somewhat. Let's see. Sheena Mary. I'm assuming that's how it is. Well, thank you for joining. You can go back and watch the beginning. There were a lot more people on, or not people, but people watching earlier. I had on a guest, Daniela Sosa from England on. Daniela was is a Kidlit Illustrator, and we chatted and talked and drew and whatnot, and it was a lovely time. And then they had to go because they have deadlines they had to meet today. And so now I am painting this little mock cover here for fun. So I don't know if you've ever watched before, but if you haven't, I'll do a little recap. So on Gavin Doodle, I bring on Kidlit guests, and we chat and we talk and we answer questions and whatnot. And so now I'm sort of answering questions for folks, should they have them. But the idea is, what I'm working on here is sort of a mock cover of a illustration, here's this sketch. So you can see what it sort of looks like. And this illustration is meant to be just for fun at this point. So I'm testing out some stuff, playing around. And then what I'm using, so I use trace with acrylic gouache on it, cut that out, blocking basic shapes. Now I'm actually at the point where I'm doing some little detail work with paint, but all acrylic gouache minus my black and white, or just plain old acrylic. But that's the gist of what's happening here. So, but if you have questions, you can answer questions, whatever makes sense. What color do I do this? What is this? Pale lavender. Get some pale lavender out. Bring the pale lavender into the mix here. In fact, maybe a little bit more. This like sort of a gray cat here. It'll be wedged in here. I have a little. Oh, you did the thing, the same one as Dana, and there's been quite a few folks I've had on that have been through that master's program. It sounds like a lovely program. I was saying to Dana that, I already got my master's before I jumped into Kidlit, but had I known, it would have been cool. But also, like, had I known I was going to end up in Kidlit, it would have been cool. But also, the travel. I'm in the U.S., and going all the way over there for a master's program is a bit crazy. There is a master's program that's here in the U.S. that I forget where it is. I want to say it's down in like Connecticut or something like that. That's a children's book oriented master's program, but I forget exactly what school it's at. So I have to dry this so I can get the cat's head in here. My dogs are upstairs grumbling. I don't know if you can hear it, but so Sheena Mary, tell me a little bit about what the program was like for you. Was it a good program? Was it something that everybody should do? I mean, I probably already know the answer to that, but ask anyways. Yeah, CF Payne runs the illustration MFA at University of Hartford. However, there's another one that's just Kidlit in particular, and I don't think it's at University of Hartford. I'm trying to remember what school it's at, but I know Mary Jane Beacon is involved. When I was at RISD in school, Mary Jane was my teacher at one point. I think she still teaches at RISD. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure she does. Got a course on color I took that I really loved. The course is called Colorworks. And I know that it's informative in some way. I don't remember all the lessons that were in there, but I know it's informative in some sense of how I work with color now. But I know quite a few folks have gone through the one with CF Payne too. I'll do some white cats. Maybe ever so tinted. White says not so pure. White says more like that. Yeah, that's good. So let's get another cat in here. Let's see. Let's get. Although you may not be able to see it, this is a problem. I might need to lighten it a lot more. Look at this. Well, that's just as hard to see. Okay, maybe it just needs to be pure white. Let's get my pure white out then. Pure white out. It was nothing short of excellent, fantastic tutors, great print room. I've heard about the print room now multiple times from multiple people. I did the part-time course over 2 years, but there's a 1-year full-time course. It just sounds like a lovely program, and I wish I knew early enough that was a direction that I wanted to go in, or that I'd end up in, and then I would definitely sort of take advantage of it. But unfortunately, you don't know until you know, and so I'm glad I got the master's when I did, and it definitely informed my education anyways. So it's not, or my not education, my career. So there's nothing wrong with the master's I got, but it probably would be fun just to go to a pure Kidlit one. I like this light sort of minty color I'm putting down. It's probably real subtle. You may not be able to see it, but it's nice. I like it here. I'll try to zoom in just a little bit there. Now, over here I need this. Put big old head. On this one. And this one's going to be reaching out. Touching that kitty. Try to lighten this one up just a touch. Da da da. Da da da. Da da da. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's other spots I can hide cats in here. Ukulele underscore art. So the question is, may I ask, how many hours of work might this illustration be once finished, more or less? That's a lovely question. And yes, you are allowed to ask that. This illustration right now, I started at 2 o'clock, roughly. Maybe a few minutes after 2. And it is now 5:31. So this is 3.5 hours so far. I'm going to wrap up at, like it should be done by 6. That's my cutoff. Partially because Instagram cuts off a live feed at 4 hours. So imagine about 4 hours when done. Somewhere in that range. Now I try to work relatively quickly. Some people can finish an illustration faster than this, some slower. This is pretty common, about 4 hours for something like this. For a picture book, generally within about 4 to 6 hours I can be done with the spread, somewhere in that range. But give or take. What was that? Something just fell in the studio. I don't know what that was. Okay, let me let this dry and I'll start working on it a little bit more. Okay, let's get some kitty cat eyes in there. There's a little bit of white there. Let's get some little, let me get these. Let's brush a little bit. Finer here. I can imagine that's going to show up. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. What I need now is I need to do a little tail there. The ear over that. And I need that yellow. I'm going to do, oh no. Luckily, it was very watery. That's not much of an issue, but we'll fix it. Okay, and then I wanted this. So Sheena Mary, this is your preferred size of paper to work with. Is it A4? No, it's not A4. This is it. It really is. It's close to an A4 proportion. I'm using sort of U.S. letter size 8.5 by 11 sort of proportion here, which is relatively close to an A4. However, I have pushed out. Well, actually, is it? Where's my sketch? Yeah, I guess that's 8.5 by 11. So this, just to give a sense, I don't know if I have anything that says centimeters on it. This is 14.5. No, I'm sorry. No, that's not 14.5. Oh, actually, that's 14.5 by what is that? 11, somewhere in that range. I could bring it down to 11 by 14 and just trim off a little on this side and probably be okay. But close. As far as size that I normally work, this is not too bad here as far as scale for what I normally do. Sometimes, like when I'm working on a picture book, obviously it's bigger. Like what I have over to the side is I have some that are like 15 by 30, and those get big. But the standard for me is about this. If I could work in the scale, I would. Partially because my studio desk is not super big, and this gives me the opportunity to work at a scale that I don't have to worry about like bumping into things.
I knew about the social studies one.
So I'm having a conversation with my wife upstairs. In case you couldn't hear it. Okay, so let's get the pink noses in. Did I get them all? 1, 2, 3. Yes, I did. Okay, and then I need, where's my eraser? Caused a little problem there. I need to punch up the pink on a couple of these little schnozzes here. Touch up a little pink on the nose there. Okay, let's get some of these other little details in here. This guy can be right in a little pouch there. In fact, give him some little shadows underneath that. I want this guy to have a little shadow underneath where that cat's paw is. Same thing here. Same thing there. Same thing here. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Add a little something there. Okay, let me put in the wheels. The wheels I'm going to do like this. They're a little. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll do them as that little swatch of dark that I had. I used for the lettering. Did I throw it away? I hope I didn't. I don't think I did. Oh, here's a little bit of it. I can use this. Let's see. The question of how big. Can I make these? Do something like that. I just need to find that other scrap that I had though. It was out here. Did it fall down? Is that it? Maybe that's it. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Nope. Alright. I don't have to make a new batch of it. That's the problem. I mean, I can. It's just a pain. Do that for that little bit of a wheel, but I guess I gotta do it. You gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Get my black out and then take it and just allow some of that color to bleed through. And then dry the sucker. Okay. Ooh, I'm cutting it close. I'll get these wheels in. I'll do the smoke. The last little touch-ups. That'll be it, everybody. There's a little wheel right there. What? Anybody have any last questions before we get wrapped up for the day? Okay, let me stick those down.
I just glued my finger because the piece fell off. Ooh, I do not like it touching that. There we go. Tilt to it. Okay, let's do this. Let's paint in again. I'm going to take this color. It's going off my feed. There we go. Take that color, my Opera Rose, or Opera Pink, rather. I'm going to take that, take a little bit of the black. Is there just a slightly grayed out, and then I'm going to put little chugga chugga choo choo things on there like this. Okay, now let's go up top. Let's take my deeper yellow pencil, sharpen it up, and I'm going to add just a touch more to those ears to make sure that those pop. And the last thing, before I go and put in the, oh, you know what? There was a cat on top of one of the cats. Is there time to do that? 5:31. It's a question of what color would I do? I mean, it would probably be this gray as well. Let's do that. Let's put in a little tiny kitten here. It's also sleeping. That. And little, whoa, pink noses. These cats. Little pink nose there. Pink nose, pink nose. Pink nose, pink nose. Okay. Sharpen this guy up. Put in little sleepy eyes. I'm worried that little pink nose is not dark enough. I might actually do this.
So it stands out a little bit more. At least on those lighter ones like that. That's pretty good. Okay. Now it becomes a smokestack. Bring it all the way back here. Okay. Last little touches. I'm gonna little light spot there. I wanna darken up a little bit. Where are we time wise? Almost done. Almost done. The only thing I could think of is because this right now is what I said was there's a 11, 5. Where would 14 put me? This. Ooh, I think I can do it. I'm gonna shave off a 1/2 inch off this edge. Make it a nice even 11 by 14. So it's a standard size here in the US. So I'm going to take this, I'm just going to rip it down the edge. There we go. Cut that down. Okay, I think that is it for the night.
Okay, let's put this all away, clean up my mess, get us out of here at a reasonable time. Oh, there are a couple other things I want to do. That, and then I wanted, where's my white pencil? Did I already put it away? Must have. Where'd it go? That's not the white pencil. It fall down in there. There we go. Okay. Paintbrushes. In the paints. Colors. Where the colors go? Scraps. And scraps go. Marker. Where the marker goes. Let's see. What else do I have left to put in there? That. Not this. This can be closed up. Put over there. Those colors. Back there. Back there. This one here. This one here. This one over there. This one there. These scraps away. Paint all cleaned up. Marker, pencil, scraps, board, and then we'll get us out of here. So here we go. Here's the choo-choo kitty train, and I will zoom in the best I can. Try to hold it flat so you can actually see it. There we go. Okay, so that's it for the evening. There's my choo-choo kitty train. Again, go out and check out Daniela Sosa, who was on earlier today. She was lovely. I'm glad that she could join us. This is crooked, and that's why I wonder why it's working so much. That's probably better if you look at it like that. So here's my lovely piece for the day. A little mock cover. Here's the sketch goes with it. Next week, we have Lord Zarin on at, I believe, 6 p.m. We're switching to 6 p.m. going forward. So that'll be Thursday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern. And that'll give me my afternoons back to work. Yay! And then, I don't think there's anything else. That may be it. So, you all have a lovely week. I will see you next week on Gab and Doodle. Bye, everybody.